ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Who ate the whole apple? What happened?
I don't know.
Allah ate it. Allah ate it.
Because he was too stupid.
Excuses.
Thousands. Who ate the apple? What happened?
All right. We are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers, your home for the
crackhead clown individuals.
We were literally seconds away from starting. We were going to be on time for once. And then my wife needed help. So I prioritized helping my wife. So we ended up being a few minutes late. Thank you for your patience and waiting for us to get started. As you may recall, before we took a week break for the Seek and Share Truth Conference, we were starting to get into this subject of the historical Muhammad. Mary, of course, had a debate with Robert Spencer. We had a follow-up with that in which you guys, the audience, were able to ask her questions. We had some very nice discussions on that show. And now we want to dive into some of the earliest sources about Muhammad, because there's this claim made by J. Smith and others that there is absolutely no mention of Muhammad for 200 years. And then suddenly he just bursts onto the scene out of nowhere. And that claim is simply not true. People like Jay are well aware of the sources that we are about to talk about, but they will say something like, oh, well, none of these sources count. And then they'll give a different reason for each one. This is about a different person who also happens to be named Muhammad, or that doesn't mention his name, so it could be anyone, even though it's a clear description of what we know about Muhammad, and so on and so forth. They'll come up with some reason to doubt these sources, or in some cases, they'll even suggest that the source was written way longer than the academic consensus on when it was written, because after all, we don't have any contemporary manuscripts of it, as if that's a normal standard ever in analyzing when a source was written, since there's literally never a contemporary source of a contemporary manuscript of any of the things that we have from ancient history. Mary will be guiding us through the sources. We'll look at what they have to say, and then we'll provide our own analysis on those. Welcome to the program, Mary.
Oh, I am unmuted. I was checking my sure I was unmuted. Thank you for welcoming me, and I am looking forward to getting into this. Before I do, Mel of Islamic Origins took enormous offense at me using a term, Mohammed mythicism. And I want to share with you what happens when you search the words Mohammed mythicism. Mel interprets this as me saying, oh, you are making up myths. But in fact, this is a normal scholarly term for a position that the historical Muhammad did not exist. And instead, what we have, the narrative of Muhammad, is mythical. I would like to advise anyone who seeks to understand history to make sure that you understand the terms being used by everyone, especially for something as important as this. Mel's position is Muhammad mythicism. He seems to believe that the term historical critique means criticizing historians and criticizing historical sources. That's also not what those terms mean. So he believes that he does critical history when he criticizes historians, but that is not what those terms mean. A critical historian is one who carefully considers sources, not one who opposes traditional or standard sources and thus seeks an alternative. It is not a positive position to be against sources. It is about evaluating sources. Now, what I do is critical history. I evaluate sources from a neutral position, not from an antagonistic one. He believes that it involves antagonism. It does not. So Muhammad mythicism is a normal term. Here's an AI. It'll help you out. Muhammad mythicism is a fringe theory that questions or denies the historical existence of the Islamic prophet Muhammad. Does Mel question or deny the historical existence of the Islamic prophet Muhammad? Yes. While it has gained traction online, it is not accepted by the vast majority of academic scholars who specialize in Islamic studies. Academic scholars at all. But the debate centers on the reliability of the historical sources, particularly the Quran and Hadith collections, establishing the historical reality of Muhammad. Here's more detailed breakdown. Questioning source reliability. They argue that the earliest biographical accounts are unreliable because of fabrication, redaction, and reinterpretation. Lack of contemporary evidence. They point to the absence of contemporary non-Islamic sources that corroborate Muhammad's existence or the events attributed to him. This is what we are going to evaluate today. Mythicists suggest that the figure of Muhammad might be a later construction, potentially based on earlier religious figures or mythical archetypes. Yes, that's...
You seem to have cut out Mary. Looks like we may have lost Mary entirely, actually. Yes, we did. We lost Mary. Okay. So while we wait for Mary to reconnect, let me take the super chat from Jack Ray.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of apples indeed. Right off the bat, we get the beloved Apple animation. Thank you very much for those 5 gifted memberships. And as I said on the last stream, but everyone may or may not have seen that, we will try to have a members only live stream this weekend. We do have Mary back here.
That was quite spectacular. My entire, I just have it running on Chrome and Chrome just crashed. It's never done that before. It just went away. How odd. But anyway, the last was mythological interpretation. Mythicists suggest that the figure of Muhammad might be a later construction. So a mythicist who is not defined as a person who spins myths, unlike what Mel accused me of falsely labeling him, but is rather a person who says that the figure of Muhammad as we have it now is a construction.
Mm-hmm.
So before you begin attacking people and saying that they are being dishonest, deceitful, or dealing badly with sources, it is important that one understands the terms. And how one would do that is to go to Google and just put in the word and see what you get, or the phrase. Put in the whole phrase, see what you get. That would clear everything up. And unfortunately, this seems to be a pattern, not necessarily, I'm not talking about just Mel here, but with a lot of the people in this space, whenever they are coming up with reasons why they should not believe in a historical Muhammad, it's a lot of word games where they choose not to understand the words as a person who is grasping the concepts would understand them. But instead, they want to put their own meanings into them because of their own prejudices or preconceptions. Now, I'm going to share my table that also greatly offended Mel, and we will talk about the titles across my table. So each one of these sources has a date assigned to it. Now, this date has details. For WT means written, and the events are the first part. If there's not a WT, then it was written around the same time as the events occurred, or they're not trying to describe a historical account, right? That's written at that same time. And so, for example, with Thomas the Presbyter, he was an eyewitness in 634, but he wrote in 640. John, the Bishop of Nikiu, he was almost certainly a living eyewitness to a lot of these events, although he wrote it sometime before he died in 695. So I will have multiple dates sometime. One for when things are seen, and one for when things are written, if someone who is a witness has also written it. Now, Mel has taken issue with particular dates, and I will deal with one of those dates later on. But you have to understand what the text is saying and take it at its and evaluate the text. What is invalid is to go and find someone somewhere online who has given a date that you like and then say, I have done research that says it's this date. That is not research. That is just searching for an answer that you like. If you do research,
quote mining, put differently.
Yeah, it's quote mining, but different. And especially whenever these are not people with any sort of reason to know. It's basically Joe Bob the plumber, for all you know, as to what their actual background is. But they said it, so I'm going to quote it as authoritative. No, that is not what you do. You evaluate the source for its own internal evidence, as well as whatever historical evidence of the textual tradition that you have. And that is how you find out when and where it was written. So, these are some of the accounts that we are going to go through. There are a number of others beginning in the 680s that becomes more and more common that mentions start showing up, and after 700 it gets rather dense, and there's really not much of a point in continuing on past that point. But let's look at the second column is source. So this is what this is typically called, right? The third column is Arabs. And what this means is, are the people described as being Arabs? I'm not playing word games. I'm not looking for exact word matches. I'm looking for a meaning. If it is not a clear identical meaning, then I have put something that should lead you to think that they probably are Arabs because they share other traits in common with people who are described using words that mean Arab, but that word isn't actually used. So the Mujahirun, for example, an immigrant, is a specific title in Arabic for an immigrant, right? Desert is another, saying that they come from the desert, given where these people are, strongly indicates that they're Arabs, but doesn't definitively say. So there are three terms in use to describe Arabs generally as a group. The first one is Arab. The second is Saracen. And the third is Tayyaye. Tayyaye is explicitly stated as being a synonym for Arab by one of our sources. So he says Tayyaye, which is what we call Arabs. or something similar to that. I will get the exact wording in a moment. We'll look right at it. So it is illegitimate to claim that when these people outside the context of the Arab Confederacy, who had their own names for themselves, use the term Tayyaye, they do not mean Arab. Because they say they do, it is used interchangeably, and they state that it is used interchangeably. You have to say they are liars. I will not believe what they say. I will not trust their usage because I want it to be something else to deny it.
So people like Jay or Mel will also deny that Saracens refers to Arabs. Not a term that's normally debated in academia, to the best of my knowledge, but they'll say, we just have no idea what this term means. It could mean anything.
And again, that is not how we do history. We do not make up what we feel like making up. I don't personally happen to know that it means that Saracen means Arab. So I am just going to pretend that it doesn't mean that. I mean, you can't do that. It's illegitimate. You are not practicing history. You are practicing making up things that you like the sound of.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just looking at the Wikipedia article right here, and it says its original meaning is not known with certainty. So they'll latch on to that and say, see, we don't know what the term means. Even though the same article says that by the time of the medieval period, it was clearly associated with the Arabian tribes. So,
well, it's saying in Greek or Latin. The etymology
in Greek or
is
Latin.
not known.
Right. So we don't know.
So
We don't know the origin of the term.
Right.
Right. We don't know the origin of the term, but we know how it was used in the sources that are relevant to this discussion.
And I pointed out to Mel, since he is from the British Isles, assuming that he'd be able to grasp this concept, that the Saxons were a different group from the Angles, and the House of Wessex was a Saxon house. So whenever saying that, oh, the Tayyaye, it doesn't mean Arabs, is like saying you can't say that Alfred the Great was a king of England, or even Harold was a king of England, because he was from a Saxon house, and that's confusing things. In the same way, in the Middle Ages, during the time of the Crusades, the Muslims called all Western Europeans Franks, and in fact, the Byzantines did too. And following Mel's line of argument, when they say Franks, they can't possibly mean people who are Spaniards or British or Italian, because Frank only means French. Yes, Frank does mean French, but actually Frank means the people of the Franks, the upper level of the Germanic tribes, if you want to be that particular, but that's not how it was used. It was used of all the Western European non-Byzantine crusaders. They were called Franks. Is it precisely accurate? Well, the way synonyms work, that's how they work. People aren't particularly concerned about what you call yourself. They need to call you something, and they will choose to call you what makes sense to them, and that's how things happen. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, for example, it wouldn't be uncommon for an American to call various peoples of Asia Chinese or something along those lines. But it doesn't mean that, we have no idea who these people are or something, right? It's just using imprecise language because in your social context, you're grouping, somewhat diverse people together in a single term. Big deal, right? That doesn't mean that they're somehow, we have no idea. They might have been from North Africa, or they might have been from South Africa, or they might have been from Russia. We just don't know. We just don't know what they're talking about when we talk about Saracen.
Yeah, but even then, that would be regarded as inaccurate by other Americans. Saying Saracen would not be considered inaccurate by anyone. Saying Tayeye would not be considered inaccurate by any of the Aramaic speakers. They use Tayeye in that way. So they just do. And if you don't like it, that is not a problem of the sources. That is a problem of you not liking how they speak their language. And Doctrina Jacobi, or Doctrina Jacobi, Doctrina Jacobi is a Greek source. Saracen appears in Greek and Latin only. It's not an Arab word, and nobody knows what the etymology is, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't mean Arab.
Right. So he's misunderstanding the purpose of the column, right? When the Arab column doesn't mean it's an Arab source, it means it describes the people as Arab in some fashion.
Right. So are these invaders being described as Arabs? So are these invaders being described as Arabs? Every place there's an X, they're being described as the people group Arabs. We're not playing exact word fallacy matches. Are they Arab people? Yes, they are. And the next one,
just real quick before you go on here, and we'll get a chance to discuss this in more details. But of course, Robert has something to say about it. He doesn't pretend like it doesn't exist, and Jay has something to say about it, and Mel has something to say about it. But that doesn't mean what they have to say is credible. That's what we're going to be examining after we go through this chart.
Yeah, the thing is, they are taking their beliefs about what the sources should say and what they think Islam is, rather than what Muhammad was actually walking around saying and doing according to the Islamic sources, and are demanding perfect congruence between these sources, which are often hearsay, short fragmentary, whatever. They want 9th century, well, what they even think, which is not even what the 9th century people think is Islamic doctrine to be laid out. But that's not what you're going to get. You're going to get the original stuff. You're going to get what Muhammad was running around saying, or at least what people thought he was saying. So,
yeah, and like all sources, right, are especially all hostile sources, it may be a distortion, it may be an exaggeration, but just because it's not a perfect correspondence word for word to an idea that a Muslim would hold, doesn't mean that this means that it doesn't count as a valid source or valid evidence that Islam existed.
Okay, the next column. Hey, do not bark at the children. That's rude.
No, the dog was barking at the next column. He saw that it said MHMD, and he's like, Muhammad, bark, bark, bark. Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't realize.
My dog was just not expecting an interruption. So he's like, is that an invader? Anyway, because no one ever comes in here when I'm streaming. So he was like completely chill, and then now he's in defense mode. All right. MHMD means at least these letters, or T. If it's M or T, I don't really care, to describe some leader within the source. So a written form, some written form of Muhammad's name, that's what I'm looking for. I don't care which written form, a written form of Muhammad's name. It's a foreign word. And if it's unfamiliar to people, for example, it's never been used as a name ever that they have ever heard, they're more likely to get it a bit wrong. So that is the next section. Warmonger is about, are these people violent and warlike? Is this about them fighting, killing, defeating people? It is not about, does it describe Muhammad himself specifically as a warmonger? Are these people violent and warlike? Are they a warmongering group of people? That is what this means. The next column is about whether or not it describes their leader as a prophet or apostle or something like that. So we get a number of early sources, but not a huge number, not a huge number. Actually, I've missed some of those because I wasn't careful. Anyway, but a few at least, right? The next one is monotheistic. Are they saying that they are monotheistic, that they worship one God one way or another? Is there a mention of this? And the final one of the small columns is Abrahamic. Are they claiming descent from Abraham or connection to Abraham? And really, I should have marked all the ones that call them Ishmaelites, but I didn't. So again, I am missing some. The final column was one that Mel took enormous offense to because he wanted the precise words antichrist or anti-Christian. He thought we should have that word. But look at what it says. It says anti-Christ theology. And in fact, it always said that. I just didn't bother to go back and look. I thought Mel misunderstood it because I didn't have the word room for anti-Christ theology and I'd put anti-Christian or something like that because I remembered struggling over the space. But the words are anti-Christ theology, meaning is there something in the theology that Christians view as being against Christ and the beliefs that Christ taught? Okay? We're not looking for the words anti-Christ. They pop up sometimes, but we're not looking for them. We're looking for something that says that they are against Christianity in some way. For example, if they're called godless, a godless person would be anti-Christ. And
so we have, sorry, I thought you were done. Go finish.
Oh, go ahead and read them out.
Okay. So Abuna here says, was Muhammad born in 7th century? Where did Christians of the 7th century claim Muhammad existed? In Islamic resources, I believe the title of Muhammad was given to Nimrod. So many claims there, but just to answer the first one, every source on the screen is a Christian source, not a Islamic source, of the 7th century, which refers to Muhammad and or the Arab armies led by Muhammad, several of which contain the name Muhammad. So to suggest, to have absorbed this idea that there is no such source is at best because of the imprecise language used by people like Jay. But, you know, if you want to be blunt, because of their deception, just telling you that none of these sources count, and that sweeping them all under the rug as a result of none of them counting and saying they don't exist, because they will occasionally acknowledge the existence of these sources, but they'll just say that it's not about Muhammad. It's about someone else who also had the same title, or they used a T instead of a D, so it doesn't count. Or the source, even though academic consensus is that it's written in 640, they think it's written in 840, so they just pretend it's written in 840, right? So various reasons, they just dismiss these sources without you realizing they've done so, and then they say, because we've already dismissed all the sources, there are no sources. Which is just, I mean, kind of dishonest, to be blunt.
Yeah. And to the final point, no, Muhammad was never a title given to Nimrod. No one credible says that. People are making things up. They are making things up. So I want to deal with some things that are not actually even on this list because we're not totally certain when they occurred, but they occurred before any shift in coinage was made permanent that removed the crosses on the coins. One issue that I've had with Jay and Robert Spencer and Mel is that they call these testimonies of Christians, they call them liars. Because they say that the only reason that there might be a cross on the coin is because the rulers were cross positive in some way. They were okay with the cross. They believed in the cross. They were cool with the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus. They were pro-cross. That's why they have the cross. They will say this, and they will argue that anything else is untrue. They will say this even though there are Zoroastrian coins from the same period that have Sicinian Persian coins minted in Persia that have Zoroastrian, their holiest images, their religious symbols on the back in the same way that the Christian ones have crosses, or the ones from Christian areas have crosses. They won't say that they were Zoroastrian. They'll say, oh, well, it just doesn't matter as much. They would be okay. Well, what Robert said is, well, they aren't super anti-Zoroastrian. What? They're not against a pagan symbol? They're more against the cross than a pagan symbol. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I thought that Robert's response in the debate to that was pretty weird, because you and I anticipated that this would come up, and when I was mock being Robert for the debate, I responded in a completely different way than he did. So the way he responded was quite surprising to me. He basically just said it didn't matter, right? That they had Zoroastrian symbols because Islam is not anti-Zoroastrian, it's anti-Christian. And I'm like, what?
Which is insane, frankly. It's just insane. So
I mean, I thought that was really strange. That's like saying that when the Islamic armies invaded India, they weren't anti-Hindu.
Yep.
Okay. Just because it's not explicit in the Quran that they oppose something doesn't mean they support it.
Yep.
I don't know. It's just kind of strange.
It's very strange. But let's see two different testimonies. These are two different individuals who are talking to Jews who are like, nanner, Christians, your kingdom got defeated. And two different Christians reply as part of their reply in the same way. First one, no emperor of the Christians has ever been given up to death by their barbarians, even though so many nations have fought against the empire. Not sure that might have been true at that time, because the one that was killed in battle was actually an apostate. Julian the Apostate was killed in battle. I'm trying to think of anyone else who was Christian and killed against the barbarians. Most of them didn't go out and fight. But anyway, not only the emperor himself, but they also were unable to eliminate his picture with the cross from the gold currency, even though some of the tyrants attempted it. So people wanted to get rid of the cross, but they couldn't. Now, I have heard some people go, well, there weren't many gold coins. Most of them were silver, so this doesn't count. That is the most insane thing I've ever heard, that as if Christians are only caring about the gold coins and wouldn't have cared about the silver ones. No, this is a statement about the currency in general, but especially the most valuable currency that these pagans do not dare to change. And in fact, and then if you continue on, do not consider this as a trivial and insignificant thing, that our embattled faith has not ceased and is still standing and not blotted out. And that part was in only one version of the publication, right? For if God had not chosen and loved ours above all other faiths, he would not have kept it intact among the wolf-like nations. Beside, God would not permit a false faith to prevail over all the extremities of the earth. That's the first one.
So I got two things for you, Mary, real quick here. David J. Bennett says, hey guys, if Jay Smith was able to join the stream now, would you have him on? So I said we'd certainly welcome on at time that we scheduled if he's interested. I didn't want to commit to saying that we'd welcome him now, but I don't think this is actually a question. I don't think that Jay Smith's actually interested. I think it's hypothetical. So
yeah, I sent him the link.
To be frank, right? Yeah, to be frank, we have invited Jay to discuss these issues in the past, and he expressed interest, and then it didn't work out. I'm not saying he ran away or something. But basically, yes, we're interested in talking with Jay.
Yep. So the next one, how was no
Uh,
one able?
Hold on, Mary. I said I
second
had
one.
two
Second
things
one.
for you.
Apologies.
Yes. So from Abuna, Jay deceives and you don't. Well, I certainly don't deceive. I could be wrong. I'm not purposely saying something that I believe to be false, which I'm not saying that Jay is either, right? That's why I gave two possible interpretations of it. I do my own research too. Great for you. I think Jay and Robert are more authentic. So that's not, first of all, that's not doing research. That's judging based on the personality of the person delivering the message. So that's
Correct.
first of all.
And
then
Abuna,
says they don't give platform to Islamic Luciferians to spread their deception. When did I give a platform to Islamic Luciferian? Why are you giving such an inflammatory statement here? Like,
if
this makes me think you're not serious at all, right? That you say, I think they're more authentic, but then you make this ridiculous accusation out of nowhere based on nothing. I have never given a Muslim a platform to spread lies about anything. And I don't appreciate you saying that I would do that just because you don't like that we're challenging the idea that Muhammad was a myth. Now you can respond, Mary.
If you had done your research, you would have known that Muhammad was never called, or that Nimrod was never called Muhammad, and that is made up. You have not done any research. You are repeating things you've heard. That is not doing research. You have read none of these sources. These are all new to you, except in their special clipped way that they are presented by some people, which is deceptive. People can also deceive themselves who want to be deceived. There are passages in the Bible about those who deceive others and themselves, because you can want to believe something so badly that you don't handle things correctly. Now, if you want to promote lies, I don't have any patience for you. If you don't care whether or not something is true, but instead you want to go with your feelings. We're talking about facts here. And the facts are Muhammad was a desert crackpot who said crazy things in the Quran that only make sense because they were coming out of a very deprived area where no one could challenge him. He was a real person who taught real things, who was completely false, but he was real. Claiming that he existed does not mean
that we're supporting Islam.
That we're supporting Islam. And it is true that just because people disagree on a topic doesn't mean either one of them is being deceptive.
Right. So let me just, before.
Yeah.
Well, okay, you can speak first, Mary, and then I'm going to give my take as well.
But if you are looking at this information and you are saying Muhammad is not mentioned in the sources and are teaching people to say this, you are not handling the material in an open and legitimate way. You are teaching people to look at things through blinkers, and you are deceiving. They are coming away with a deceived impression from this.
Yep. So I'll just add that my assumption about the people who like this research, right, like the stuff that Jay Smith is saying or any other person in this field is saying, I would say that they certainly are not being deceptive when they repeat the arguments. The arguments have a strong emotional appeal, and thus it's easy to believe that they are true, just like the average atheist that you may meet who says that Jesus didn't exist as a historical figure probably isn't intentionally deceiving. They just find the idea so appealing that they've convinced themselves that it is a plausible idea. As far as the people actually teaching it, I definitely allow a substantial possibility that the same is true of them, that they're so enthusiastic about how the idea destroys Islam that they've clouded their judgment to the point where they actually think they have a plausible theory on things. So in that sense, they would not be deceiving, but it is still deceptive to say that Muhammad is not found in any source, right? For them to be deceiving, they would have to like know that it's not true, and they should know it's not true, but they probably convinced themselves that the figure described as Muhammad in these texts isn't the same person, and or that sources are written much later than commonly thought, and thus they're not strictly speaking deceiving, but it is still deceptive to make a claim like that, because it gives a very different impression than a claim that the sources that say Muhammad are not credible, right? You could say that. That's a very different statement than there are no sources that say Muhammad. So that's what I wanted to say about that. And then I'll take this as from Cargo Crew as well. Let me ask you, Mary, why are there not full-fledged research? There are hundreds of universities with theology departments. Do you welcome academic deep dive whether Muhammad existed? Why is research curtailed until now? So, Mary, why don't academics waste tons of time debating this topic?
Nobody has ever taken it seriously because it's so clearly false. There are very, very, very few people who take it seriously, and those who do are coming from it from a view of let's treat the Quran as literature, make up our own ideas about it, and then just say that that's what the history is. Bluntly, formal criticism, it's called, or form criticism, it's called, is treating something as literature and making up ideas about it. It's not a legitimate historical method, and that's where most of this stuff started, where it existed in academia and others, and it's still heavily tainting these efforts, because if you look at the sources, you do not come away with a different view of Muhammad than you can get as a disbeliever reading the Islamic sources.
Yeah, so academics don't generally spend a lot of time researching topics that are not credible hypotheses. So same idea, Jesus mythicism, and then I'll give a different example as well. Bart Ehrman, right, very hostile towards Christianity, has been asked numerous times why he won't debate people on Jesus mythicism, and he says because as an academic, it would be unjustified for me to give them time, give them a sense of credibility, because the theory is so ridiculous that no actual academic thinks that it's worth discussing, right? So same idea. So this would be asking, like, why don't biologists spend a lot of time researching whether or not unicorns are real creatures? Why haven't they done vast research to determine whether the unicorn is a real biological creature? Because it's not credible to begin with. So you don't waste your time on a non-credible starting point. That's the idea.
All right. So someone's asking, how are these dated? We'll go through each one and explain how they're dated. This one is not even on the list because it only deals glancingly with it, but both of these are dated from before they took the cross off the coins. How do we know? Because it says that they won't take the cross off the coins. They can't. They want to and they can't, but they did. So that's one of the ways that you know. And in the context of where they were found and how they were written, this is understood to actually be authentic period pieces, not things written by Christians later to make Christians look dumb. All right. The next one explicitly says, how was no one able to abolish or take from us the seal of gold? How many kings of the Gentiles, Persians and Arabs, attempted this and were in no way able? So the kings of the Persians conquered the Levant for a brief while. Then the Romans took it over again. Then the Arabs conquered the Levant. So the Persians and Arabs have both ruled over Levant and Egypt, right? So they were unable to take away the cross, the Christian symbol of the seal of gold. Thus, God wished to show that even if the Christians are persecuted, we reign over all. For the gold sign of our empire is the sign of Christ, is a sign of Christ himself. Tell me, if it is not a sign that the faith and the empire of Christ is eternal, invincible, and indelible, how is it that all of you who hate and blaspheme the cross of Christ have fallen away? How are you unable to remove the cross of gold but even readily receive it, meaning that they have to stamp it and spend it. So again, this is a Christian talking to a Jew who's going, nanner, nanner, nanner. The Arabs who have a different religion defeated you. And here it's saying that though you all hate and blaspheme the cross of Christ, so the people who are making these coins, do they like the cross, Thaddeus?
No.
There we go. They don't like the cross. They hate and blaspheme it.
But there's a cross on the coin, Mary. They must be Christians.
And that is the level of the argumentation. This is why I am so tired of this, because they're calling these people liars because they had an idea. Actually, a guy named Oleg had an idea and he knew better. Oleg is just a liar. Do not follow Oleg. He just lies. He knows better and he lies and he tricks people. So
just to summarize before you go on from the coin. So Preston says, so this source is a rebuttal to the Muhammad coin Jay has effectively, right? Obviously the coin exists, but effectively this is a rebuttal to the idea that this is significant evidence that Muhammad means Jesus.
Correct. This is a big portion of that. There's also the fact that there is a coin with Muhammad's name in it that has a whole Bismillah on it from the reign of, it's assigned to the reign of Uthman, but it's from the Rashidun Caliphate before the Kufan style was developed, that has a whole Bismillah and it wasn't used. So these guys know that people wanted to remove the cross from the coin. How do they know? Because they briefly tried. We have one coin at least that surviving from this very, very early period when they tried to get rid of it and people refused to use it. And so they had to immediately give up on this.
And we have a very good question from Dr. Kufarphobia. So how do you know these sources haven't been tinted by knowledge at the time of the writing?
No knowledge at the time of the writing? What do you mean?
No, I think it's supposed to be known. I think it's missing an end. So basically by stuff that was known by the time the writing took place, basically suggesting okay, let me just rephrase that. How I understand the question. How do you know that these people aren't creating an explanation for the coin after the fact of Islam, Islamic theology coming to the prominence?
Because this is occurring in the context of the coin still having the cross on them at this time, at this moment, right then, they're writing about it. Kufophobia, I have had so much background and reading. I have read more scholarly papers than you have read pages in your life, most likely.
Yeah. So, I mean, with all due respect to Jay and Robert, how many peer-reviewed academic papers on this subject have they published? To the best of my knowledge, none. So why are you assuming that they are scholars with expertise on this subject?
More, Muhammad does not mean anyone who is praised. That is untrue. Let's go back. All right. Let's go back to the sources. This is my.
So, I mean, basically, the purpose of this comment is to suggest that anyone who's not a scholar is incapable of debating these topics. But then you've rolled out Jay and Robert. They have scholarly degrees, but that doesn't mean you're automatically a scholar on every subject you talk about.
Yeah. So they don't have degrees in history.
Right. They don't have degrees in history.
They don't have degrees in linguistics.
Right. Well, yeah, they definitely don't have degrees in linguistics. Let me tell you that.
All right. So let's look at. So Moore says, Muhammad can totally mean anyone who's praised. Muhammad is a regular name of a dead guy. It is written right here. This is his actual tombstone. He is a pagan who is calling out to the male god of Venus, the male Venusian god of South Arabia, to guard his tombstone. This first letter, M, second letter, the rough H, third letter, M, last letter, D. It's the name. His name is a regular human name. Only occurs in South Arabia. The idea of it being praised only occurs where? South Arabia. There is no use of this as a name or a title at all whatsoever in northern and in the Syria and the Levant and in even Arabia Petra, in any of the Aramaic speaking areas. Never in that language is it ever used for any name. And when it exists, guess what it means? It means desirable one. It has nothing to do with praises. So we will look again from current slide. You guys are being... So let's go back to how this whole thing, it can totally be messianic, came to be. This guy named Volker Popp lied to you. He lied. He knew he was lying. There's no human being who is actually this stupid. I can't believe it. If you can read these sources and look through them, I cannot believe that you can possibly be this stupid. He found an Ugaritic lexicon that went into English. And in English, it gives the definition of the HMD root as being the best, the choicest. The choicest here is a synonym for the best thing. Then he went to English. The word choicest is kind of like the word choice, which is kind of like the word choose, which is kind of like the word chosen. So it's messianic. That's what he did. That's completely illegitimate. Entirely illegitimate. Kufophobia, I don't take you seriously because you are not.
Well, I want him to give me a
using
criteria why he can take Jay seriously and he can't take me seriously. Right? I want an actual criteria why you can take Jay seriously, but you can't take me seriously. And if you just say that because he's Dr. J. Smith, he has a PhD.
Yeah, I know. Really?
Yeah, what's his PhD in? Is it in history? Is it in anything relevant to his ability to analyze this particular topic?
I mean, dude, my father-in-law was a professor who taught engineering classes. And he thought that cold sinks, and that's why you have ice on the top of on the bottom of a lid in a cooler, because cold sinks, like literally cold. And I asked him, do you mean cold air because it's heavier? No, he meant cold. He thought cold sinks. Professor of engineering. So even if you have a relevant degree, that doesn't always mean that you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and to be clear, Mary and I are also perfectly capable of making mistakes. To appeal to someone just because you think that they are knowledgeable or whatever is just to totally ignore the subject. And your question here betrays that you're not actually bothering to think about any of this. So you can prove a text written hundreds of years removed from the author hasn't been tinted by known knowledge. That it's not, right? It's simply not written hundreds of years after the events it's describing.
You can lie about it all you want. It is from the same period as the Rashidun Caliphate. It is a text that's from the Rashidun Caliphate. Lie.
Most likely he doesn't
Rashidun
even know what
Caliphate.
the source is, right?
No, he doesn't. He's just making it up because he doesn't want to believe the truth. Okay.
He says, I take the Quran and Hadith as a joke. Well, good for you. We're not talking about Quran or Hadith, right? You don't even know what we're talking about. And you're telling us that you can't take us seriously.
So no, cargo crew, I don't want this to be normalized as a point of conversation because it makes Christians look stupid. I don't want us to be laughing stocks. I don't want us to be a subject of mockery. I don't want to go over to the ex-Muslim area and go, oh, they're just saying that because they feel like it, because they want to believe it. Or academic, people who approach the Quran academically are not Muslims. Do not take this point of view seriously because it's not legitimate. I do not want us to look foolish because we're saying things that are so obviously untrue. And no, I don't think it can be applied to Christianity in a legitimate way because I don't think it's applied to anything in a legitimate way. This is not a legitimate exercise. I'm not worried about Christianity suffering collateral damage They're bad faith arguments when they're leveled against Christianity. They're bad faith arguments when they're leveled against the Roman Empire. Some people have done. Roman Empire never existed. They're bad faith arguments when they're leveled against Muhammad. They're not good arguments.
Yep.
All right. And then after that.
One more thing from Jedediah here. My dear respects to Mary's research. As I mentioned in prior stream, my Yemeni friend who lives in Kenya gave his life to Jesus Christ after attending J. Smith's seminar in London. And so I think this is an excellent opportunity for me to reiterate some things that I've said many times. I think J. Smith is a wonderful Christian. I think he has a very passionate heart for missionary work. I think he does amazing benefit for the kingdom of God as a whole. I very much like him as a person. I very much like him as a Christian, but he is currently advancing non-credible arguments that reflect poorly on Christians, reflect poorly on Christianity. And sadly, he chose to go on Frank Turk's program and attack Raymond Ibrahim for no reason other than Raymond Ibrahim not believing in Muhammad mythicism. And to me, that is unacceptable behavior. The arguments being bad was already not good, but now attacking people just because they disagree with your bad arguments is totally unacceptable in my book. And we feel that it is the time that we need to speak out against this non-credible arguments being advanced and the people who are choosing to attack other Christians just because they don't agree with them.
And by the way, J. Smith will cite people who are not saying what he ascribes to them. He might believe that they're saying what he is saying, but he ascribes to Al-Jalad. He's ascribing to, or what is it? Al-Jalad? No, it's Jalad. Sorry, Al-Jalad. There, he's ascribing to him the idea that, oh, there's lots of problems with the Quran's language, but he actually says no. The language of the Quran is in Hijazi Arabic. He has been the editor of a book exploring the arguments why the Quran is written in Hijazi Arabic and no other language, and yet he'll ascribe to him other things. He'll talk about Patricia Crona's ideas that she initially published and then walked back and said she doesn't support them anymore. It's okay. We said things that they can't be true. These things can't be true, but he will say that those are still her theory, that those were her theories when she died, but they aren't.
So let me also address this real quick. From Sinus Pakja is presenting a growing school of thought on the origins of Islam. No, he's presenting old, discredited research as brand new breaking research in academia, which I'm sorry, but that is actually deceptive to say that this is new breaking research when it's stuff that people were discussing 15, 20 years ago and academia has rejected as being a credible line of research. So I just want to point that out as well. And
so anyway, Muhammad is never Messianic in Aramaic or Syriac. Karl-Heinz Oleg just lies. He lies. He lies. He has no evidence for this. He just claims that was used messianically in Aramaic. That's just false. It has a meaning of the praised one in Aramaic. That is also false. Is the source of for the name Muhammad also false? There's no way that he believes he has any evidence of these things. He just states them. They are all untrue.
All right, let's get back.
We will, but these excerpts are from the lexicon in Aramaic. Shows that this HMD only ever means desire a precious object, and the MHMD only occurs once ever. And it occurs once, meaning desires, the desires of our eyes. Never is a name. People are saying things that are, you can check this. It's there. All you have to do is open your eyeballs and go, oh, where's the lexicon? Where is it used? Ask them. They'll tell you, oh, it was used for such and such. Show me where it was used. You can't just say it was totally used. You need an actual example. Here we go. So the next source from current slide.
Yep. So we're getting back to the actual subject now. Sorry for that long aside distraction there, but we'll get back to the actual subject. Some early sources. Actually, we haven't even got to the table yet, right? Because we're looking at other sources that she didn't put in the table.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Laser, why don't you debate Dr. J. Smith?
I've asked him to.
We had a tentative agreement to debate him like a year and a half ago, and it didn't work out. So, but we're putting that request back out there. We definitely want to debate Jay.
Yep.
We'll see how he does against Raymond Ibrahim. Very much looking forward to that. Very much encourage people to check that out. But Mary is very, very interested in debating J. Smith as well.
So just to clarify, Una, the triconsonantal root has different meanings in different languages. In Aramaic and all the northern languages, it only ever means precious, desirable. That's the only meaning it ever has. In the South, in South Arabian, Old South Arabian, and in Arabic, and in those languages, it only ever means to praise. They have different meanings, although the letters are the same. So they aren't the same meaning. So, all right. So now we have something that talks about when it was changed. And now this is written around 715, but it pretends that it is a prophecy. Okay. So this one is posing itself as a prophecy about what's going to happen. So what's going to happen is that nation, and this is the Arab nation, will destroy the gold on which there is the image of a cross of the Lord our God in order to make all the countries under its rule mint their own gold with the name of the beast written on it, the number of whose name is 666. So this is saying that the name of Muhammad is the name of the beast, just to be clear, because that's what was replaced. And then there'll be high taxes, they'll measure the earth, count the cattle, take a whole bunch, etc., etc. So very clear here how the people viewed Muhammad around this time. And this is set, this was actually written not very long after the change, because you can tell, because of the things in this fake prophecy that had already happened are historical, and the things that never happened are in the future. So now the first one, the Doctrina Jacobi, okay? It occurs in 632. Let's talk about how we date this. Heraclius ordered a forcible conversions of Jews and Samaritans in Africa on this date, including in Carthage. Now, how do we know this happened in 632? Well, we know because of Saint Maximus the Confessor. It's coming after 632. He's relating things that happened in 632. He's writing this in 634. But we know that the beginning of the events that led up to him writing this and talking to people happened in 632. And this is very recent in the narrative. So St. Maximus the Confessor is basically saying that Heraclius did this novel event. He came forth from the Queen of Cities, and he has made Christians of all the Jews and Samaritans throughout Africa, both natives and foreigners, according to the command of most pious emperor. And then he says, with their wives and children as servants. And they were led forth to all holy baptism on the day of Pentecost of the present fifth indiction, which is May 31st, 632. So the thing that precipitates this Jacobi, the entire very, very long writing, is beginning shortly after his forcible conversion, after he decides that upon studying the scriptures that Christianity is true, even though he was forced. He's like, wait, this is actually true. And he's arguing with other Jews about it. And then he says that, by the way, St. Maximus Confessor says, I hate this idea. I've been seized with fear and dread about this, and I shudder about it. I fear that the divine mystery was insulted. Baptism was insulted. I consider the danger to the soul of the baptized if they persist in holding on to the bitter root of their ancestral faithlessness deep down, et cetera, et cetera. Basically, they might not believe and they'll be completely cut off, and they will have worse condemnation because they will be apostates. And third, I suspect that the apostasy will lead to basically the lawless one being revealed. And that will kind of start up the Antichrist with this kind of nonsense getting mixed up in our church. So I'm totally against it. So basically he's saying this happened on May 31st, 632. I'm against it. So Mel has decided that he thinks that it must be written way, way later than when it says it is, because of this paragraph, which for some reason he thinks indicates that it's way later. So Justus says to Jacob, our convert, was the fourth beast, aka Rome, so great? Yes, once. And Jacob says, yes, really, it was so great. For from the ocean, from Scotland and Britain and Spain and France and Italy and Greece and Thrace until Antioch and Syria and Persia and the entire East and Egypt and Africa and beyond Africa stood the boundaries of the Romans until today, and the pillars of their emperors are visible through the bronze and marble. For all the nations are subject to the Romans by God's command. But today we observed that the Roman land is humbled. So there are boundaries that were set up in these far places, but today it is less. Mm-hmm. Why Mel thinks that this means a different date, I have no idea, because here is the Rome at its greatest extent. I am, so you have all of these from Scotland. There's like a part of Hadrian's Wall. There was the land portion of the land of the Scots that was in there, not all of it. But anyway, here's the greatest extent. His knowledge of geography is not going to be perfect anyway, but there you go. Here it is in 565, where already it's considerably lessened. You don't have the parts of Persia still under control. You have much less. And of course, in 641, it will be much less. But in 632, it's kind of in between those. A lot of Italy had been lost in that interim, and all of Spain had already been lost by this point. But obviously, the Levant and Egypt were still part. So it's kind of halfway in between those two pictures. So what is he saying? Used to be very enormous. Now is considerably smaller. Is this true? In 632? Yes. You can find someone, I guess, who didn't understand this and thinks it means something else. But no one who is fairly treating the text would think this. So the portion that we care about in this entire exchange is about rumors that were spreading through the Jewish community that reached Haifa and Galilee. And it is a telephone game. Justus is orally telling Jacob something that his brother Abraham sent to him by letter. And then Jacob is writing this down from memory sometime later. So we have multiple levels of, first of all, his brother Abraham is quite removed from the actual events. And Justus is relating this letter orally, and Jacob is remembering it sometime later and writing it down. So many opportunities for details to get smeared. But even if they were perfect, it would be fine, because these are the rumors that are running around. So Abraham, my brother, has written to me that a deceiving prophet has appeared. Who is this guy? He's a deceiving prophet. So when the imperial officer, he was Sergius, was killed by the Saracens, I was at Caesarea, and I set off by boat to Sycamina. I don't even know where that is. It is, I think it's farther south. It's farther south. That's right. Along the same one, because he was trying to get closer to hear the news. People were saying that the candidatus has been killed And we Jews were overjoyed. Why were they overjoyed? Because it's the downfall of the Christians. That's it. And they were saying that the prophet has appeared coming with the Saracens. So here we go. We got those Saracens. And that he was proclaiming the advent of the anointed one, the Christ that was to come. That's true. Muhammad said that he was a prophet who was proclaiming the coming of Al-Masih. But the Jews don't know that it's his second coming. He's saying, Al-Masih is going to come. He was saying that. He was proclaiming the coming of their prophet. He was proclaiming the end of the world and the coming of their prophet. He was an end times. And Muhammad spent a great deal of time, like Thaddeus. Was Muhammad fixated on end times?
He was.
And Robert, in his book, stated explicitly that he did not think that that sounds like Muhammad. He just doesn't think that Muhammad is a person fixated on end times.
Right, which, I mean, if you're looking at the modern conception of who Muhammad is, then yes, you would get that. You would probably think that. But if you just are taking the sources for their own emphasis, you'd come to a different impression. Almost like this is a modern Muslim idea that evolved later when it became clear that Muhammad was wrong about the end times being imminent.
So, and no one, by the way, no one thinks that this is a forgery. This is not the kind of thing that people were capable of forging at this time. The kind of thing that they forged was this false prophecy over here, where you talk about past or events that have passed very recently and pretend that they are happening in the future. That's the kind of thing that people forged. No one could forge something like this. They wouldn't get the details right of the locations. No one thinks that this is forged. Even J. Smithid doesn't say that this is forged. Even Robert Spencer does not say that this is forged.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to stop being silly and childish and just going, I'm just going to change the goalposts.
No one claimed that it was forged, but Dr. Kufarophobia said was there a surviving copy, meaning manuscript,
Doesn't
of
matter.
Doctrina. And I don't know off the top of my head, but it's not a particularly relevant question. The earliest surviving copies of many of Plato's works are like 12th century AD. But no one says that we don't believe that this is what Plato actually wrote.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not a particularly important question to the analysis of documents, what the earliest manuscript copy is. If that becomes your standard, then you're just going to basically throw out every single source written about every single thing, because paper doesn't have a long shelf life, except in extremely rare special conditions. It doesn't survive more than a couple hundred years. So the old manuscripts, they get worn out and thrown away.
All right. So it is completely untrue to say that Muhammad's entire thing is, I am the last prophet. The end time is here. Oh, so much of the early Quran especially is about, it's the end of the world. Everything's doom, believe me, because the end of the world is coming. He came as an end times prophet. That was what he was teaching. So, Haifa is Sikamina is its modern name. I, having arrived at Haifa, stopped by a certain old man well-versed in scriptures. And I said to him, what can you tell me about the prophet who has appeared with the Saracens? He replied, groaning deeply, he is false, for the prophets do not come armed with a sword. So is he a prophet? Yes. Is he violent? Yes. Truly, they are works of anarchy being committed today, and I fear that the Christ to come, whom the Christians worship, was the one sent by God. I fear that the first Christ to come, whom the Christians worship, was the one sent by God, and we are instead preparing to receive the Antichrist. Here, the actual word Antichrist is used. Very often, it is not. Here's one where it is, but what I'm talking about is, are they against Christian theology? That's why it says Antichrist theology. You will never find the words Antichrist theology in any of this. Indeed, Isaiah said that the Jews would retain a perverted and hardened heart until all the earth should be devastated. But you go, Master Abraham, and find out about the prophet who has appeared. So then Abraham inquired and heard from those who had met him that there was no truth to be found in the so-called prophet, only the shedding of men's blood. So people came to meet him going, you're coming with the Jews and you're going to help us. And they're kind of like, oh, he is not so Jew friendly after all. He says also that he has the keys of paradise, which is unbelievable. Now, did he say that he has the keys of paradise? Well, in 2 different times, he says that to Allah belong the keys of the heavens and earth. Heavens being, synonymous to paradise for someone like our friend Abraham here. And that's actually a borrowed religious word. So it's theologically important. And by this date, Muhammad had been teaching that he had, by the time that this was revealed in the Quran, Muhammad had been teaching that he controlled access to Allah. So yes, he claimed to have access to the keys of paradise. The keys of paradise were under his command. That is something that he said. Why did they latch onto it? They latched onto it because it was a familiar term, a familiar word. Now, he went to find people who had come from these folks. Does it sound like Muhammad's still alive? Yeah, because they don't know yet. They're just they're hearing distant reports. And this is in 634 that this event actually happens. He was forcibly baptized in 632. This is a report from 634.
All right, so let me address a couple comments. So Dr. Kufarophobia said Plato is not dealing with a religion. Well, first of all, Doctrina Jacobi isn't dealing with Islam. It's dealing with the question of whether Jews should convert to Christianity or not. So this is actually an incidental piece of information in it. Second of all, Plato absolutely is talking about religious ideas in many of his writings. Third, there's not something special about religious ideas that they somehow can't be preserved or whatever. But getting at his actual point here, how do we know that these copies have been not tinted by current knowledge? Historians, right? They understand that there's a possibility of documents being modified and whatnot, and they have ways of detecting whether that has occurred, including, for example, looking at the language and seeing whether the language doesn't make sense, right? That particular language in a particular section doesn't fit with the way the author writes, and they might conclude that that is an insertion to the text. But this isn't just a normal thing that's happening. People aren't just normally changing and distorting texts. That would be an unusual thing to do, because you don't need to distort some manuscript of some work. You just write what you want to write in your own history or your own whatever work that you're doing. You don't need to modify your source. It's not like someone can just go on the internet and look at the original source for themselves. So there's no reason for anyone to be modifying these sources. And the culture around the people transmitting the manuscripts is very much that their role is to faithfully copy what the manuscript says, not to write something new and different. And usually they wouldn't even have a motive to write something new and different, because again, it's not like people just blindly said everything written in the past is true, right? So how do we know? I mean, strictly speaking, you don't know anything. How do you know that the Bible wasn't vastly changed? Well, how do you know that the original Bible didn't say that Jesus was not crucified, like Muslims will claim? I mean, if you're just going to say someone could have changed the manuscripts at some time, sure, that's a logical possibility, but you actually need evidence that that occurred in order to counteract the evidence of the manuscript itself, right? You can't just say it could have been changed, therefore we can't take this as a valid source.
Yeah.
And then he says no Muslim sources put Muhammad in the area that I'm aware of. So yeah, that is actually an important thing that I guess I don't think Mary's addressed yet.
Well, I said that, yeah, he's already
dead.
dead. Yeah,
he's
he is
supposed
already
to be dead by this time.
But these are rumors, and then talking to someone who had run into him before, said he'd run into him before. So these are just rumors at this point, not people who had intimate contact with the forces or Muhammad or whoever. So
yeah, so I mean, there's a couple possibilities. One, definitely that it's the armies of Muhammad, and they maybe even are self-identifying as the armies of Muhammad, but he's not literally still alive. And the people hearing about what's happening, they are confused and think that Muhammad's still alive because they're the armies of Muhammad, right? Or another possibility is that the traditional death date of Muhammad is wrong and that he's still alive at this point. We're only talking about a difference of 2 years. So it's not like it's not like they're putting him alive in the year 800 or something, right? It's not like it's lacks credibility that he could have been alive in the year 632. So
Yeah, but
I wouldn't consider that an important argument.
If you want to argue that he's alive, knock yourself out. I don't think he is. In fact,
I actually do think he's
sources,
alive, but it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the credibility of the source.
Well, the dated sources that have his death are in the Christian world actually kill him off extra early. They kill him off, and like 629 is when they think he's died. So they definitely don't think he's there. The people writing a short time after, because they think he's dead at 629, and this is 634. So it's
yeah, that's fine. We can leave that aside because, like I said, it doesn't affect the credibility of the source either way. Cargo Crew says, so like he said that you're presenting your best proof. I said, no, we're kind of going in chronological order. And he says, I said, why is going in chronological order a problem for you? And he says, because it's not clear. We want business, not essay writing. And then he said, Doctrina is a bit generic. It's not specific. See, this is not how you do things. I mean, with all due respect, that's not how you determine history. You don't just say, I'm looking for a complete source that tells me everything I need to know about this period of time. And if it's not that, then I can't count it as a valid source.
So what is the
history
purpose?
Is done piecemeal.
Yeah. So what is the purpose?
As is any science, right? It's done piecemeal. It's not like you have a complete evidence of all the theory of whatever discipline from one piece of evidence. Go ahead, Mary.
So Muhammad was frequently accused of listening to people and telling legends, constantly accused of that, but whatever. Anyway, if you look at this, what is the purpose? Why is Jacob telling people this? He is telling people this as part of an extended conversation he is having with a guy named Justus, trying to convince Justus the truth of Christianity from the Old Testament, from the New Testament, and from history. And this is Jacob speaking back to him about this because it's reminding him of this letter his brother sent that expresses the worry that they have missed the Christ and are going to follow the Antichrist, because that's kind of what Jacob's been warning him this whole time. Like, this is the Christ. If we aren't careful, we'll follow the Antichrist. And he's like, oh, well, my brother just sent me this troubling news. Now, at the time that this is written, he had no idea how successful. None of them had any idea how successful the Saracens were going to be, the Arab armies were going to be against the Levant. They didn't know yet. But this is the context for this coming up. That's why it's in there, because it made sense to them. They're not trying to explain the Islamic conquest. It is a small point in a very long document. So the next source is a fragment on the Arab conquests. People would make marginal notes in their Bibles about recent events. This one begins in 634 because that January has to be 635. We can't really tell what's going on here in 634, except the Romans had to flee. Then in January, that's 635, they took their words for their lives in Emissa, that's Hems, and many small villages were ruined with the killing by the Arabs of Muhammad. So it's Muhammad's Arabs. And then a whole bunch of people. And by the way, these first fragments, these are the only words on an entire line that are existing. So we have no idea what can be filled in there. And And a great number of people were killed and captives were taken from Galilee as far as Beth, not sure which city that is. And those Arabs pitched camp beside somewhere, and we saw everywhere, and olive oil, which they brought, and them. And on the 26th of May, went probably Cicela Arius, then something about cattle, from the vicinity of Emissa, and the Romans chased them. And on the 10th of August, the Romans fled from the vicinity of Damascus, and then many people, some 100,000 or 10,000. And at the turn of the year, this is 636, the Romans came, and on the 20th of August in the year of 636, they're gathered in Gabitha, and the Romans and a great many people were killed, some 50,000. So, and again, this has Robert Spencer notes in it, because what was I doing? I was preparing for my debate with Spencer, so I wanted to note what he had said about things. But this is also what other people like J. Smith say, that there are just coincidental Arab marauding forces running around with an unrelated Muhammad. So because the previous one didn't say the word Muhammad, it only said prophet. Muhammad isn't the prophet. Like this guy here is a prophet, and he's not Muhammad. And this guy here, he's a Muhammad, but he isn't prophet. This is not how we do history. This is not how we do history. Next one is Thomas the Presbyter. And he finished his writing in 640, but he may have been writing from memory. He may have been taking notes. We don't know exactly. He lived through all of this. So, on Friday, the 4th of February, on the 9th hour, there's a battle between the Romans and the Tayyaye. That means Arabs of Muhammad in Palestine. Oh, look, it's a T. Oh, look, it's a T. This could be a third person. Oh, because it's a T. Okay, then let me show you something else that must necessarily, certainly we would know whether or not Muhammad's name is like a T or a D today, right? We wouldn't be confused today, would we? So let's take a look really here, really quickly. It actually collapsed. So we're going to change over to here, to this window. This is surely not about Muhammad. It has a T in it. That's not how you say Muhammad. It's Mahomet. Why would we say Mahomet? William Muir in 861 must be talking about someone else. We have a D in our language, don't we? So we wouldn't make a mistake and say Mahomet instead of Muhammad. What this shows is that the word that they said was unfamiliar and sounded more to them like Mahomet or something like that than it did Muhammad, even though it was another Semitic language. It still sounded unfamiliar to them. So what does that indicate? That indicates that Muhammad was not a known name to any of these people, or they wouldn't be writing it wrong. They wrote what they heard. This is what they heard. Because of their pronunciation, the D seemed more clipped, so they wrote it as a T. Anyway, this happened in Palestine, 12 miles east of Gaza. Romans fled, leaving behind the patrician somebody or other, whom the Arabs killed. Some 4,000 of the poor villagers of Palestine were killed there. Christians, Jews, and Samaritans. The Arabs ravaged the whole region. And here, Jacob of Edessa, he said, the kingdom of the Arabs, whom we call Tayyaye. So they call the Arabs Tayyaye. Arabs and Tayyaye are synonyms to Jacob of Edessa. Yes, the Tayyaye are a specific, very large group among the Arabs, particularly in the East. But just like people calling all of the people from Western Europe Franks, they're using a term that actually specifically technically applies to one group for the larger group. This is a common phenomenon. Okay, and then the year, and I'm translating the years from the Olympic dating so that I'm giving you dates that make sense to like modern human beings, because I don't know about you, but I have not memorized the Olympic dating system. So I went ahead and translated all the dates to years that like we can process. So in the year 635/6, the Arabs invaded the whole of Syria and went down to Persia and conquered it. There the Arabs climbed the mountain of Mardin and killed many monks. There in the monasteries of Kedar and Banata, there died the blessed man Simon, doorkeeper of Kedar, brother of Thomas the priest. And this is his brother, Thomas the presbyter's brother. He's saying that the Arabs slaughtered my brother. The people who are saying that these, they've respected the churches, are calling Thomas the presbyter a liar about the slaughter of his own brother at the church. And this annoys me. Like Christians are killed and they're like, no, they weren't. My brother was slaughtered. No, he wasn't. Yes, he was. So now we go to Saint Sophronius of Jerusalem. We have a number of surviving sermons that he gave. These are among his sermons. So there's an entire collection of his sermons, and two of them deal explicitly by two of them go explicitly mention the Saracens. He is giving a sermon to a group of people. He is not explaining the military tactics or background of these folks. He's talking about them in the context of a sermon, how they relate to your spiritual development and your spiritual situation at this moment. He says, because of our innumerable sins and serious misdemeanors, we are unable to see these things and are prevented from entering Bethlehem by way of the road. Because historically, what people do on Christmas is they would start all the way in Bethlehem and walk in a huge procession. All the people of Jerusalem and all of the pilgrims would walk an enormous procession from Bethlehem all the way down into Jerusalem on Christmas. This was part of the Christmas celebration, and they could not go out to Bethlehem. And so he's talking about it to the people he's preaching to because they are under siege by the Muslims. So we are prevented from entering Bethlehem by way of the road. Unwillingly indeed, contrary to our wishes, we are required to stay at home, not bound closely by bodily bonds, but bound by fear of the Saracens, because they're being besieged. They're not locked up. They could walk out, but then they'd be killed. And then he says, that should be as once that of the Philistines, so now the army of the godless Saracens have captured the divine Bethlehem and bars our passage there. So is it possible that Saint Sophronius of Jerusalem believes the Saracens to be Christians? No, he calls them godless. Godless. So
I got two pushbacks for you, Mary. One that isn't really a pushback at all. Quran is late, Hadith is late. Don't you think that's fishy? What do you mean Quran is late?
The Quran is not late. The Hadith are not particularly late either. It's just a really popular, the volumes that became popular were from the 9th century. Mm-hmm. They were not creating them at that time. They were compiling from pre-existing things, and there is a 770s-ish one that was still in use. So there is an 8th century. No matter what the
Yep.
date is, the picture of Muhammad remains the same. There's no change to Muhammad's character. He is the same dude. He laughs at the same
Absolutely.
sorts of things. He laughs in some at a slave being beaten. He laughs at others at a guy being killed in a very humiliating way. That's the kind of thing he laughs at, right? It's the same kind of dude.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you mean the canonical Hadith collections, well, first of all, 200 years after event is not actually all that late, historically speaking. Second of all, they come from earlier sources. We have even fragmentary manuscripts from that early on of some of these things. We do some of the things that they come from are completely lost. That is certainly true. Others we have evidence of. Sometimes we have complete copies of, as Mary pointed out. So no, I don't find that fishy at all. The popular, the biographies of Alexander the Great that historians consider to be the best and most reliable are something like 400 or 500 years after the time of Alexander the Great. And why do they consider them credible and reliable and whatnot? It's because they're based on earlier material, much of which we don't even have direct access to anymore. The date something is written is not actually a super important criteria in determining its reliability, because I mean, I could write something about Donald Trump or any other contemporary figure. I would be 100% contemporary, but that doesn't mean I'd be accurate in what I'm writing about him, right? Depending on your particular politics, just insert whatever side you're not on and write in that very biased way about him. And the other side, or even someone in the middle, will say that's not really a very accurate description of what's going on. So that's not actually a particularly important criteria, right? Or I could just write pure fan fiction about Donald Trump, and just the fact that's and then, like, let's say 50 years from now, someone writes a reflective biography of him, and that would be a way more reliable source than my fan fiction written today, or even a reliable biography, a carefully researched, a detailed biography written 200 years from now would be way more reliable than my fan fiction written today. So date is not all that important of a criteria to begin with.
All right. Can you bring up the comment that declares that, the Sanaa manuscript matches Uthman? No, it does not.
Okay. But I wanted to bring up the actual the other pushback first. From Dr. Kufarphobia. I'm sorry, but these sources lack serious information that we have to assume what it's talking about. I think he means detailed information, right? That they're not very super explicit, but that's just the normal. This is not like some weird thing. This is normal. That
you actually have to
writers
use your brain?
assume that you have some idea about what's going on in the world, the contemporary world, right? They don't feel they need to tell you every detail. Every background detail, because they're writing to people who already know that information.
So, and yeah, he's giving a sermon talking to people who are currently besieged by the Arabs at Christmas. This is not confusing to these people. So, our buddy here, Dhul Fiqar, he is saying that the Sanaa manuscript matches word to word minus ahruf,
That's
the
funny.
modern Uthmanic text. No, it doesn't. I just want to be clear. It does not. It does not match. It is, first of all, the palimpsest, which is from probably the late 630s, 640s, somewhere in there. It was not during Muhammad's lifetime. That's not where it's centered. We have a wide dating. We can't play dating games. We can't say, just because it could be very late, it is very late. Just because it could be very early, it is very early. Both of you guys are playing dating games. No, there is no evidence in any of the Islamic material that there was any manuscript on parchment before the manuscript of Umar that he had made. That was the first parchment manuscript, the first time they had the money for it and the access to that much parchment. This is a parchment manuscript, therefore it is after Muhammad's lifetime.
Mhm.
Secondly, it is 18 point something percent of the Quran. It's not the whole thing. It is in different orders of the surahs. Okay. Now within it, there are 61 variants that are not found in the modern Uthmanic text. These are all variants that are consonantal necessarily, because there's nothing but consonants in there. So these are 61 Rasmic differences. It does not match Uthman's text. There are 61 differences that some of them match no companion codex differences recorded by anyone. And they got different words in places. And some places they have a few different phrases. They're different. This means that your Quran is not so clear as to what is the word of Allah and what is the word of a man that people couldn't have disagreements about which one should be properly in there. These are not differences that are within the Qira'at today. They do not exist.
So I do have one other comment before you go on, but on this manuscript thing here specifically, do you believe in the Mustaf of Abu Bakr?
Do I believe in it? What do you mean? Like,
do you believe there was one, I guess?
I don't believe that Abu Bakr had one of his own. Umar compiled the original one at the time. Let's see. There we go. He compiled his during Abu Bakr's reign, and that's the one Uthman used. Now, why would Uthman use something compiled by a different caliph?
I mean, why wouldn't he? I don't know what the question is. Why would he? I mean, that would be the norm, right?
They're just like, why would you use that? Why wouldn't you do his own? Why are there multiple? Well, a lot of historians actually go, well, it's awfully convenient that happened during the reign of Abu Bakr by Uthman, and now it's being approved of by Umar. Now it's being approved by Uthman. But when you find out, what did people think of Uthman in general? They thought he was a bit of a joke. People didn't like him. They didn't respect him. And they didn't think that he was a particularly pious person or a good Muslim or any of the rest of that. Instead, and so to avoid blowback, the Islamic sources do not say that Abu Bakr had his own. So I don't know why you're saying that.
Well, besides that, it's not an all or nothing.
Yeah,
right?
It's not an all or nothing.
It's not either you accept every single word written in every single Islamic sources, or you just throw them out entirely and conclude we can't know anything. Those are not the only two options. And no one would say, I mean, okay, so Sahih Bukhari is wrong. So give the specific hadith you have in mind.
Yeah, give the specific hadith, because what happened is that it was Umar was the one who told Ibn Thabit to do it under the auspices of Abu Bakr. The auspices were Abu Bakr's. He was alive. Umar was not the caliph then. He needed permission. All right, here's the Samaz parchment dates. They're centered on about 632. That means that the parchment, if it's a couple years old, 634 or so, would be when they might be written on.
Yeah,
they're
I mean,
not too early.
It's not.
They're not too late.
People will make a big deal about how you're dating the parchment itself, but parchments did not sit around for hundreds of years being written on. That's just not a thing.
So here you go. Here are the radiocarbon dates, and combinedly the codex that tested a number of different sheets say that between 606 to 649 with a 95.4% probability. If you want to say that it's toward the later end and it has to be but this would be an earlier pre-Uthmanic text to begin with. This would be a companion codex. So
All right. So
anyway,
the other comment that I want to address here. So you would only know based on the standard Islamic narrative, right? Because you're saying the idea, right, that these sources don't contain a lot of information by themselves. But notice the standard here, right?
we
So
have a physical manuscript.
No, hold on, Mary.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Hold on, Mary. Let me just explain this, okay? So the question isn't, do we know everything there is to know about Islam from outside sources? The question is, does what we know from outside sources correspond to what we find in Islamic sources, or does it differ from it? If it differs from it, that's going to tell you one thing. If it corresponds, that's going to tell you a different thing. This is like the atheist who comes and says, if you can't find every detail about Jesus's life in an external non-Christian source, then Jesus is a myth. Because do the details found in, say, Tacitus's account correspond to what Christians understand about Jesus? Yes, they do. Could you get the story of Jesus from Tacitus? No, you couldn't. Could you get the story of Jesus from any other source? Friend in the 1st, 2nd century about Jesus that isn't a Christian source? No, you couldn't. But do those details correspond? Yes, they do, which gives credence to the Christian sources. How would a historian approach this? Would they then say, oh, I now trust every single detail written in any Christian source? Of course not, right? They would still evaluate individual claims on their own basis, but they would say, we have reason to believe that these sources at least are generally correct, and thus we can ask questions about any specific story or any specific details, but we don't just throw them out. And likewise, if they find what they believe to be a error in the source, they don't then say, oh, never mind, I found an error in the source, I guess I can't trust it. Because every single source ever written by a human being will have errors in it, right? That's not how you go about doing things. You determine whether it's generally correct based on correspondence to other sources. And when sources correspond to one another, it gives credibility to both sources. So in this case, these non-Islamic sources, these Christian sources, corresponding to the standard narrative, gives credence to the standard narrative in a general pattern, but it doesn't mean that the exact details found in those sources are always correct. And Mary and I would never suggest that all of the details found in every Islamic source are correct. What we're saying is the idea that Islam develops out of a historical figure that did the general things that Muhammad is said to have done is far more credible than the alternative suggestion that there was no historical figure, and 100 years later, 200 years later, whatever date you want to put on it, the empire created a religion and projected it into the past to unite the people, or whatever other theory.
All right, we need to take out Dr. Kufarphobia because he's here smearing me and lying about me, saying that I got this directly from the Islamic Awareness site. I went to the original published manuscript of who?
Well, first of all, just because it's
paper,
on the Islamic,
yeah, it is on the Islamic Awareness site. Lots of
so
things.
what? Just
went
because a
to-
Muslim said it doesn't mean it's false.
So
automatically.
I went to the academic papers that analyze this. I didn't just take things from a Muslim site. If you are so dishonest with the material that you are making Muslim sites look good, shame on you. They are taking things from academic sources that foolish Christians are lying about and making us look stupid or deceptive.
Mm-hmm.
We look stupid or deceptive when we are not accurately reporting what papers on carbon dating say. This is published information. Peer-reviewed, published information about the dates. And if they are taking things from peer-reviewed journals that make you look bad, stop saying things that are foolish, because this is just what the carbon dating says. You can argue with the carbon dating if you want, but don't lie about it. argue with it if you have something to argue about, but don't claim it says something different. No.
What do you mean? So the carbon-14 dating
There's
provided is wrong?
carbon-14 dating is not wrong. It is correct. The carbon-14 dating on Islamic awareness is correct and is making people who running around like you look like liars. Do you want to look like a liar? Stop doing that. We have published carbon-14 dating. We should report it accurately. We should put the most updated numbers with the best reporting. We shouldn't seize on to some fringe number that came out from poor calibration years ago, because carbon dating has gotten considerably better within the realm of the past 2,000 years in recent years because it's been calibrated better. There are still problems with it, especially beyond that point, but calibration has improved. We should report accurate numbers. All right. So the entire point of talking about caliphs.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
No, you did not just point out that that's the date on their website. You said you pulled this from their website, LOL, and then you followed that up by saying you don't understand what their site is.
Yeah, I actually
So you're
understand what
throwing
this
the
site is.
credibility of her claim under the bus by saying it's published on that website. You didn't just merely point out that they published that. Muslims are capable of using true facts to be part of their argument. So just because someone uses a fact on an Islamic website doesn't make that fact false.
And even the Islamic website talks about what people recently ran tests, and you can do a search and find the papers. You can find it yourself. I am not required to give you every single site or every single citation under the sun. I went through the recent publications on the Sana manuscript. So no. Yes, you did say I pulled it from there.
What do you
Why are you
mean?
lying?
Okay.
We saw it. It's right up there. You need to stop lying about me. It's really annoying me.
So now you're throwing Islamic awareness site on the manuscripts LMAO. How is that not saying you pulled it from their website, other than not word for word? Why are you playing a game? Right? You tried to throw the credibility under the bus by saying she got it from an Islamic website.
No,
And then when she says it's the same information.
No, they don't have the Synod manuscript dated from 388 to 535. That is not even on the Islamic awareness website. And by the way,
What?
I do go there and sometimes they're wrong and I don't present that information. But because they post a lot of sources, I go and check on things. So no, they do not
if you want to come, okay, just general principle for people, right? General principle for people. If you actually are interested in the truth of the matter, you should look at what your opponents are saying. So merely looking at what an Islamic website is saying is not something that's wrong to do, right? You shouldn't blindly take it as accurate, but you shouldn't blindly take something from someone who agrees with you as accurate either, right? I mean, if you are trying to investigate a subject and come to the truth of the matter, obviously, in general understanding of human relations, you can't check everything all the time, and you have to decide who you think is reliable or not. But if you are researching a topic that you really want to come to the truth of, you need to go back to the original sources to the degree you can, right? So I really not
and he wasn't
sure.
saying that. He's pretending he's saying that, but he was not saying that because that's not even true. So this is about it.
I mean, no one
dates.
I just read your words.
No,
I literally
not
just
true.
read your words.
Nope,
So
we
I
read the
don't know
words.
how
You
it-
were accusing me of putting it on there. And no, the Islamic awareness does not have that about this manuscript. You were telling me that I was putting up stuff from Islamic awareness. So don't.
And then we got Squiggles saying that, yeah, technically speaking, you could write on a manuscript or a piece of parchment that's 100 years old, but it's not normal practice to produce a piece of parchment and then leave it sitting around for hundreds of years. It's a very expensive process to produce a piece of parchment. You don't just leave it sitting around for no reason. It's not like you go to Staples and buy a package of printer paper that you might not use for 5 years because you don't care because it costs $3. That's not what parchment is.
No,
right? It's a very expensive resource. You're going to use it.
You're going to use
as soon
it
as
within
it's available, generally speaking.
within a reasonable amount of time. We read what you said, and we read it in order. And in order, you were accusing me of running to Islamic awareness. All right, so yep. The next one. So Saint Sophronius's second homily that was preserved. We don't know how many homily. He gave a homily every week. Not all of them were preserved. Here's another one that's preserved. It is in 636 or 637 toward the end of the siege. And he says, but the present circumstances are forcing me to think differently about our way of life. Again, this is a sermon. For why are so many wars being fought among us? Why do barbarian raids abound? Why are the troops of the Saracens attacking us? Why has there been so much destruction and plunder? Why are there incessant outpourings of human blood? Why are the birds of the sky devouring human bodies? Why have the churches been pulled down? Who's pulling down the churches? The people attacking them. The barbarians and Saracens, which they call the Saracens barbarians very often. Why is the cross mocked? Who is mocking the cross? The Saracens. If you say that these early proto-Muslims are cool with the cross, you are saying that Saint Sophronius stood in front of his own congregation and lied to them when he was actually making statements about things that they should be observing with their own eyes. He's contextualizing things they are witness to in context. But if you are saying that they were cool with the cross, you're saying Saint Sophronius was lying to people who would have every reason in the world to know better. And he continues, why is Christ, who is the dispenser of all good things and the provider of this joyousness of ours, blasphemed by pagan mouths? So that he justly cries out to us, because of you, my name is blasphemed among the pagans. And this is the worst of all the terrible things that are happening to us. That is why the vengeful and God-hating Saracens, who is the abomination of desolation. You want Antichrist? Who is the abomination of desolation, clearly foretold to us by the prophets, overrun the places which are not allowed to them, like the churches. They plunder cities, devastate fields, burn down villages, set on fire the holy churches, overturn the sacred monasteries, oppose the Byzantine armies arrayed against them, and in fighting raise up the trophies of war to add victory to victory. Moreover, they are raised up more and more against us to increase what? Their blasphemy of Christ and the church, and utter wicked blasphemies against God. These God fighters boast of prevailing over us all assiduously and unrestrainedly, imitating their leader, who is the devil. So they are followers of Satan, and emulating his vanity, because of what he has been expelled from heaven, because of which he has been expelled from heaven and been assigned to the gloomy shades. Yet these vile ones would not have accomplished this, nor seize such a degree of power and as to do and utter lawlessly all these things, unless we had first insulted the gift of baptism and first defiled the purification, and in this way grieved Christ, the giver of gifts, and prompted him to be angry with us, good though he is, and though he takes no pleasure in evil, being the fount of all kindness, and not wishing to behold the ruin and destruction of men. So, we ourselves, in truth, are responsible for all these things, and no word would be found for our defense. What word or place would given us for our defense when we have taken these gifts from him, befouled them, and defiled everything with our vile actions? Basically, we lived an impure life. Now these godless men who are the abomination of desolation are now here. Why would he have heard of the Quran, and why would he care? Why would he mention it if he had? Why would
Yeah.
he say, these guys have a book? It's called the
called the
Quran.
Quran.
First of all, it wasn't even called that yet because it doesn't call itself that. Why would he say that? Why would he care? He's talking about.
Well,
what he cares
I mean,
about.
okay, let's just, let me just provide an example of this. As a person who studies Islam, cargo crew, I'm sure you're well aware that Islamic theology is highly dependent on what's found in Hadith. I, a 20th person born in the 20th century, living in the 21st century now, never heard of Hadith for the first 35-ish years of my life, but I knew arguments against the truth of Islam. So are you suggesting that Hadith didn't exist until I found out about them? Even I was making arguments against Islam, obviously not in the same sense that I do today, but I would have been able to have basic conversations about the truth of Islam with people. And I didn't know that Hadith existed. I'd never heard of the term, let alone used it myself. So does that mean that Hadith didn't exist at the time when 10 years ago, let's just say 15 years ago for the sake of argument, 15 years ago, did Hadith not exist? Because I wrote things against and spoke things against Islam, but I didn't know Hadith existed. Of course not, right? So likewise, I could have a conversation today where I never mention the Quran. Right? Like I could argue against Islam based on the horrific behavior of Muhammad without mentioning the Quran at all, maybe not even mentioning Hadith, right? Because it might just be taken for granted that both parties understand these facts about the history of the figure Muhammad as portrayed in Islamic sources. And so there's no need to bring up Sahih Bukhari, for example. Does that mean that because in that conversation I didn't mention it, I don't know it exists? Of course not. So this is a ridiculous standard that it has to have the exact word Quran.
Why does he need to have heard of it? What he knows is that they're godless. They mock the cross. They are arrayed with the Antichrist. They are against Christianity, against the faith. That's what they know. And no, I am not going to read it again. You can scroll back. Other people do not need to hear it again. All right. Then before his death, he had in another writing, which was found in Georgian translation, this again is not a homily, it's a fraction of something else. He talks about the godless Saracens entered the holy city of Christ our Lord, Jerusalem, with the permission of God and in punishment for our negligence. So is it good that they're coming in? No, it wasn't. And no, people back then didn't have great memories. It has been proven very clearly that people in the past, they didn't have written things. They could delude themselves into believing they had great memories because they had nothing to check it with. The reason Muhammad had scribes is because he couldn't remember. Anyway, our negligence, which was considerable, immediately proceeded.
You're fine.
Yeah, immediately proceeded in haste to the place which is called the capital, meaning the Temple Mount. They took with them some men, some by force, others by their own will, in order to clean that place and build that cursed thing intended for their prayer and which they call a mosque. A cursed thing. This is the Al-Aqsa Mosque, as it's called now. Muhammad probably considered Al-Aqsa was probably a different place, and Muhammad eventually, before his death, relocated it to Jerusalem and is talking because he didn't want this pagan location to be observed anymore. It was not where he originally meant whenever he talked about Al-Aqsa, but he was like, when he realized that it was too pagan to maintain, he got rid of it and just said, "Oh yeah, it's the place where." Well, he didn't know the name Jerusalem, but it's like the Temple of the Jews, right? Again, this is called a cursed thing by Saint Sophronius. Why? Because to the Christians, it was a mark of the potential for the worship of the beast. this really was an antichrist thing. The Dome of the Rock right now is an antichrist structure because it is a structure to another god on the Temple Mount, which is how he saw Al-Aqsa. The Dome of the Rock is not Al-Aqsa. They are different things, but they put up a mosque there. So a little bit later, there was a colloquy with John of Sedreh and the Emir. So the Emir of a certain area came and called the bishop, and he was gonna beat him at his rhetoric and enlighten him with all the revelations of Muhammad, and he was humiliated. Because what did he do? He made all the mistakes that we say that Allah made in the Quran. Why did he make those mistakes? Because Allah really made all those mistakes in the Quran. So what happened was he called, he's called in the Syriac word for the Mujahirun, which Robert Source mistranslates as Hagarians, but Robert gets it correct elsewhere. Sometimes people are still harping on this Hagarian theory, but does not mean Hagar. It means an immigrant. But we find that the Emir first hoped that the gospels of the Christians were different. Oh, do you have a different gospel than other Christians do? So that he could claim that the Christians near him had a wrong gospel teaching the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ. So he just thought maybe you had something totally different. But if you have something that says something different, well, then maybe you just have the wrong book. You don't actually really have the gospel. You have something else. He is not saying that the gospels are corrupt. That was not allowed by what the Quran says. The gospels are intact, but somebody could have the wrong book. But he was embarrassed by this. They're like, no, it's the same that everybody has. He didn't understand the Trinity. He thought it was like three people, and the Quran also doesn't understand it, so that's understandable. Then the Emir also says, when Christ was in the womb of Mary, who was ruling heaven and earth? So John said, well, you claim you accept Moses and his books, so who was ruling when God was with Moses on Mount Sinai? And they freaked out because, he didn't know how to answer that. The Emir then demanded plurality in the Godhead from Moses alone, from the Torah alone. So he was shown Genesis 19:24. So he called up a Jew, and he's like, and that's the fire and brimstone, God rained fire and brimstone out of heaven from God. Or the Lord, rather, rained fire and brimstone out of heaven from the Lord. And he asked the Jew, hey, is this in your book? And the Jew just chickened out and said, I don't know. He didn't get it and check it because he knew it was. And Christians and Jews had been having this discussion forever, and Jews were unable to answer it. So
Mary,
yeah.
we've got a very triggered individual here who says, F your endless polls, idiot.
Okay. You can dismiss them.
Yeah.
I think it's because you don't close it out. But lots of people don't.
I'm angry at your endless polls. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, when I put a poll that says, have you liked the video? Or in this case, are you subscribed to the channel? It's to encourage you to like the video or subscribe to the channel. I don't know why that would get you so triggered. But I mean, if you prefer, I can just spend 5 minutes of the stream constantly telling you to like the video instead of putting up a poll. I mean, this is the strangest thing. And Cargo says I didn't see any poll. Well, once you vote in it, then it goes away. Or you can hit the dismiss button if you don't want to vote in it. I'm sorry to have ruined your day by having a little poll. I guess I can go ahead and end the poll. To make you happy there. I ended the poll 20 July. Are you happy now?
All right. So then the Emir had nothing more to say. So he's like, we have a more complete way of life. We have laws and inheritance. So do you have that? Our system's more complete than yours. And then the Emir was so embarrassed that he never called him back. So, and this guy was being very careful because the Emir could have had him killed, right, at any moment. So he's answering as carefully as possible, still humiliated him. So then we have Maximus the Confessor speaking, and he said, "For indeed, what is more dire than the evils which today afflict the world? What's more terrible for the discerning than the unfolding events? What's more pitiable and frightening for those that endure them? To see a barbarous people of the desert overrunning another's lands as though they were their own, to see civilization itself being ravaged by wild and untamed beasts whose form alone is human." Not very nice. So, only said desert, only said violent. So, this guy is the Assyrian Church of the East archbishop who was put in place by the Muslims to be their dhimmi. There are two different texts from him. So he is a collaborator, bluntly. He is a collaborator with the Muslims. And in the first one, he is talking against, we have no idea what this other group was, but there's some other sect that he's preaching against, and he's saying that the heretics are deceiving you when, oh my gosh, you're such a troll. These heretics are deceiving you. I clicked no.
Why do you talk in a feminine way? Be a man. Be a man.
Like Ali Dawah?
Man, what
You
don't?
need to talk more.
Don't have doubts.
I know. You need to talk more like Ali Dawah. We all need to talk like this. Yes?
Yeah, be a man like Ali Dawah. He's such a big, strong, masculine man, Mr. Ali Dawah.
So goofy. Anyway, I mean, just not to harass you guys, but a lot of Middle Easterners have a particularly tense high way of speaking, men. And I'm not really sure why, but it tends to be a pattern. Not everybody, but anyway. Oh my
we have a new poll running.
I clicked no.
I will end it after a while, but do you like polls? Yes or no?
Oh my goodness. All right. Okay. Anyway, so again, this is a collaborator. So he's saying that the heretics, this is another Christian sect, have no idea which one, but they're deceiving you when they say what they're doing, what happens by the order of the Arabs. So they're doing something by the order of Arabs, which is certainly not the case. For the Mujahir Arabs do not aid those who say that God, Lord of all, suffered and died. So they're against who? Those who say that God, Lord of all, suffered and died. So if you say that Christ is God and he suffered and died, they are against you. But if by any chance they actually are helping people, remind them that they're not supposed to help any Christians and persuade them of this. And do this all wisely. That's what he's saying. He's basically like, these heretics are saying that they are backed up by, well, who he thinks is heretics. I have no idea who they're. That they're backed up by the Arabs, but the Arabs are not backing any Christians up, anyone. And he doesn't say Christian here, but he's saying that like something that we agree on, that Christ suffered and died and is God, won't back any of them up. And if they happen to be doing that anyway, remind them that they're not supposed to according to their own beliefs. So, and another time, he sent a letter to the schismatic Shimon, who refused to recognize him because he was an Arab pawn. And he is basically saying that you're kicking up a fuss about nothing down here in Oman, and you should back me up, and surely those things you're telling me are happening to the Christians really aren't. And like, you're out on your own because you don't recognize me. And because of that, the influence of this present era came to prevail with ease among you, meaning that lots of people are converting to in this case, this is actually a conversion to Islam. So the present error is Islam. Is he cool with this? No, it's an error still. But he says, the churches were not led astray. And oh wait, no, this is oh no, this is a different group. This is a schismatic. He's basically saying, well, the schismatic is having an effect on you because you're bad.
Mm-hmm.
So this schismatic is affecting you because you, or excuse me, this heretic is affecting you because you're a schismatic, you're bad, shame on you. And as for the Arabs, you know how they act towards us. They don't oppose Christianity. They don't, keep us from practicing our faith. They praise us. They honor our priests and the saints of our Lord. Notice the priests and saints of our Lord. That means the saints are the believers. They don't honor God. They honor the priests and the faithful. And they give aid to the churches and monasteries, so they don't cut them off from the monetary supply. But then he goes, why are you Omanis? Why are you embracing Islam? Some of them. And he's saying, all they're doing is forcing you to give up half your possessions. That's it. Yet instead, they forsook their faith, which is forever, instead of retained the extra half of their wealth, which is only for a short time. But notice, he has no idea what's going on in Oman, because in many places, the persecution was enormously greater than that. He's just saying, oh, they're totally not doing more than taking half of everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, the next source are, and keep in mind, this is a collaborator.
Yeah. Before you go on to another source, let me take a couple comments from the audience.
Mm-hmm.
First, a super chat from your brother in Christ.
It's a scientific.
I guess it's not going to say thing.
Yeah, it doesn't like
Sometimes it gets confused.
It doesn't like
Sometimes it gets confused. But in any case, thank you, your brother in Christ. It is indeed a scientific thing. Cargo Crew says, all the evidence you provided could also be valid if you had a bunch of tribal savages who did bad things and had flexible ideologies and a single motive to spread conquest. There's no specifics.
Yes, there is.
Cargo
They
Crew.
are godless, and they pull down churches, and they mock the cross. They blaspheme Christ. They set up a mosque on Temple Mount, which is an abomination.
And again, the standard isn't what is logically possible. It's logically possible that aliens wrote all these manuscripts and put them on Earth 100 years ago. And we just believe that they go back to the time of Muhammad. That's a logical possibility, but it's not plausible, right? The historical standard is what's possible, logically speaking. It's what's most probable given the evidence. And what's most probable given the evidence is that all these sources are talking about the same thing, which corresponds to the Islamic view of Muhammad. What's not probable is that all these different sources are talking about different things, and or all these sources are talking about some otherwise unknown thing that has nothing to do with the historical Muhammad. You understand, right? The more sources that correspond to one another, no matter how insignificant any individual source is, the more probable that all the sources are talking about the same thing, and thus providing credibility to one another, thus mean the details that are only found in one are much more likely to be correct because of the general correspondence. This is how all of history is done. I guarantee it's how any history you personally would consider important to your own views would be done as well. The history of your nation, for example, right? That's how it would be done. It wouldn't be like, I need one source that tells me absolutely everything and is completely credible and written within 5 years of the events it describes, or else it doesn't count. There's definitely a huge probability that Muhammad was redacted and fabricated folklore. Based on what evidence? You can't just say there's a huge probability. Where is the evidence for your hypothesis, right? You come up with reasons to reject the reasonable understanding of the text, but that doesn't put it into your category. All you've done is say, we don't know anything. Even if we take your 10 different explanations for 10 different sources, all you've gotten is to the point where we don't know anything. You haven't gotten to the point where there's a high probability that Muhammad was a fabricated folklore. You got to have some evidence that he's fabricated folklore. You understand? There's a difference between something is possible and something is probable. Try to find things that are probable based on the evidence available to you, which means you need to at least have some kind of evidence that Muhammad is a fairy tale. And yes, that is possible, right? That is possible to provide that kind of evidence. One other super chat that I want to take right now from Milkman.
من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا? Who is going to give Allah a good loan? Ya akhwati, this verse puts shame in my heart. My Lord is asking for a loan. Nothing's wrong with that guy. He has ability, but only a little bit of cash flow problems. Just needs a little bit of money right now. So give to Allah. Don't ask for anything back, guys.
Milkman says, please don't talk about the caliphs because we would need to explore the history of Muhammad. Thank you for that very generous super chat here. I'm not 100% sure what you were getting at here, but I think
it's
until Muhammad's established, then there's no point in talking about the caliphs. Maybe it very well might be a joke. Since it's a super chat, I doubt it was like very confrontational.
Yeah,
sure.
I think it's a joke because then we would need to explore the history of Muhammad, so we'd have to talk about him. So I think that's a joke.
Yeah,
but
and then Cargo Crew followed up. You have to give evidence, not us. No, all parties are responsible for providing evidence. You don't get to assume a vast conspiracy and then just
provide no evidence for it.
And provide no evidence and then just reject all evidence presented to the contrary and say my position is obviously true. It's highly probable. Fine, Cargo Crew. I propose that Muhammad is an alien, came from outer space, and used his super genetic alien powers to engage in conquest. And until you provide direct evidence that that's not the case, then my theory is the most plausible. It's highly plausible, right? According to you. Or forget Muhammad. I propose that your grandmother was an alien from outer space. You better provide some evidence to the contrary, or else my idea is way more plausible. And you said, which grandmother? Both of them. Both of them. Both your grandparents are alien. Grandmothers are aliens from outer space who mated with human males and eventually produced your parents and then produced you.
So you're half alien.
You're responsible. You solely are responsible for providing evidence.
Yep.
Until you can do that or admit that your standard is ridiculous, I'm not listening to anything else you have to say.
So this guy is the most friendly person that they could shove in this position. And that's still what they said. That if what happens, you forsook your faith, which is forever. So they're going to hell. So even him, who's kissing up to the Muslims and their bestie friend, saying that if you go with them, you go to hell. All right. So there's a homily on the child saints of Babylon. It's not really certain when this was. Scholars estimate the 640s. And we're not sure who gave this homily either. But what we have here, and again, this is because of context law, things that really have no reason to go into. But let's see what it says. As for us, my loved ones, let us fast and pray without cease and observe the commandments of the Lord, so that the blessing of all our fathers who have pleased him may come down upon us. Let us not fast like the God-killing Jews. Okay, these are people we're not going to associate. Then here's the other group. nor fast like the Saracens, who are oppressors, who give themselves up to prostitution, muta marriage, massacre, and lead into captivity the sons of men, saying, we both fast and pray. Does this sound familiar, guys? Muslims, oh, but we pray like Jesus did. We fast. No, don't fast like them. And then it goes, nor should we fast like those, and this is both of them together, those who deny the saving passion of our Lord who died for us to free us from death and perdition. So the Saracens and the Jews alike are those who deny the saving passion of our Lord who died for us to free us from death and perdition. So are Saracens pro-cross here? No. Rather less fast like our fathers, the apostles who went out into the world suffering hunger and thirst, deprived of all, less fast like Moses, the arch-prophet, Elias and John, like the prophet Daniel and the three saints in the furnace of fire.
Mm-hmm. So Dr. Kufarphobia says, too many Marys, you're just reading the sources and then giving your opinions about them, LMAO. I don't want to misrepresent Dr. Kufarphobia. So I read his exact words there. And then I'll say, Dr. Kufarphobia, are you just listening to Mary and then giving your opinion about her words, LMAO? Because what do you think that analyzing source is other than reading them and providing opinions, analysis about them? I don't understand what you think we should be doing differently.
And the child saints of Babylon are probably the three saints in the furnace of fire. It probably means Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, not literal little children.
I mean, you just implicitly gave your opinion about Mary, right? You wrote LMAO.
She's giving her opinion. You asked for sources. I said I am reading them. Now you're like, oh, but you're giving your opinions about them. I'm giving the sources. What does it say? Do not fast like those who deny the saving passion of our Lord who died for us. Do the Saracens affirm the saving passion of our Lord who died for us? From this.
I mean, that's just your opinion, Mary.
This is a
we
reading
just have no idea.
test.
We have no idea what the homily on Child Saints of Babylon's opinion is. I mean, because we're not allowed to read it and we're not allowed to think about what he says and then provide our analysis of what he says, because that would not be doing proper history. What we're really supposed to do is we're supposed to listen to what someone who has a PhD in some subject may have said about it at some time, and never read the source for ourselves. I think is what we're supposed to do, because their opinion is of infinite value, and our opinion is totally worthless. He's trolling you like there's no tomorrow. I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm taking him as genuine.
I have spoken to him many times. This really is who he is. This is his level.
I'm taking him as genuine. I think that's the greater, the
I've
more generous assumption.
I've been friendly with him, but I'm losing
patience. If it's a joke, it's a joke. Yeah. I mean, there are people who hold these views, so I don't see any harm in responding to him.
Reliance of the Traveler is now Daif. That's
Daif.
Hilarious.
Since when are Sharia manuals graded Sahih?
I know, right?
On Daif, right?
Screw the Reliance of the Traveler. It's just trash. That's hilarious. All right. So
yeah, it's just the most popular Sharia manual in the Islamic world and endorsed by top Islamic universities. But it's a Daif Sharia manual, whatever that means. It doesn't even have any meaning in the context of Sharia. Those are terms to decide how likely Muhammad actually said something.
Yeah.
Well, obviously he didn't say he didn't say
right
the analysis provided in the Sharia manual.
Right. All right. So that's hilarious. It really is. All right. So anyway, this guy named John, the Bishop of Nikiu, he wrote a chronicle that he continued adding to up until close to his death. He says he's an eyewitness to later events. The chronicle ends in 641. Or I'm not sure. Not 100% sure it's 41 or slightly later. I need to double check again, but that was my analysis when I first looked at it. Anyway, these events are eyewitness to the 630s and 640s. The day of composition was later in his life, and so he may have used later terminology. He typically calls the people who invaded Muslims, which again was probably terminology from when he was in his old age, and then rarely he calls them Ishmaelites. So these are all the sections, so you can find it if you want to go and look up his chronicle. This is where you look it up. I just took out excerpts because the entire thing is very long. And these Ishmaelites came and slew without mercy the commander of the troops and all his companions. And forthwith they compelled the city, and that's the city in context, it's in the Fayum district, to open its gates, and they put to the sword all that surrendered, and they spared none, whether old men, babe, or woman. So this is the Islamic invasion, killing every single person in one particular city that they were able to get a hold of. Then later, we have identification of more early figures. Amr ibn al-As, very prominent person in the Islamic sources, and a general, he sent a letter to Umar ibn al-Khattab and the province of Palestine to this effect. So we have two major figures established in this narrative, and this is just about the only source that's super detailed, by the way, from this time period. The other ones tend to be much sketchier. But he says, if you don't send me more reinforcements, I won't be able to take the city of Misr. And so he sent him 4,000. Their general's name gave the general's name, and he was of barbarian descent. Then they made and then later on, again, this is a completely different chapter. They made their entry into Nikiu, took possession, finding no soldiers to offer resistance. They proceeded to put to the sword all whom they found in the streets and the church and the churches. And in the churches, are they killing people in the churches, Thaddeus?
Mm-hmm.
And this is like an eyewitness.
Which is something that pro-Christian forces often do.
Well, very rarely, actually. There have been all kinds of...
That was obviously sarcasm.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yes, strictly speaking, it wouldn't be proof that they're anti-Christian, I suppose. But obviously...
But there will be more. Men, women, and infants, they showed mercy to none. Then later it says, in Egypt had also become enslaved to Satan. Some of this is the conflict between the different people who are having a hard time getting organized. Some of this is referring to the actual invasion. So John is Oriental Orthodox. Cyrus is the Chalcedonian patriarch who has been put over them. This is the narrative of the suing for peace after the Muslims were basically slaughtering everyone. They weren't able to pursue a resistance. Heraclius died at the worst possible time, and then immediately his heir got incredibly sick, died soon after, and so everything was chaos, and they just needed peace so that everybody wouldn't die. And so he says, the patriarch Cyrus set out and went to Babylon to the Muslim, seeking by the offer of tribute to procure peace. He was empowered to do this by the Constantinople. Constantinople told him, get peace, keep them from killing everyone, right? He was seeking by the offer of tribute to procure peace from them and put a stop to the war in the land of Egypt. Amr welcomed his arrival and said unto him, you have done well to come to us. Cyrus said, God has delivered this land into your hands. Let there be no enmity from henceforth between you and Rome, and heretofore has been no persistent strife with you. Now, there's nothing in saying that God has delivered the land to you, saying that they are godly people. God has allowed you to conquer us, is what he's saying. Okay, and there's many things in here that shows the strife, religious strife in here before. I'm just saving that for the end of that, though. He says, so he's trying to settle peace, so he's speaking nice things. They fixed the amount of tribute to be paid. As for the Ishmaelites, they were not to intervene in any matter, but were to keep to themselves for 11 months. The Roman troops in Alexandria were to carry off their possessions and their treasures and proceed home by sea. No other Roman army was to return. That those who wished to journey by land were to pay a monthly tribute. So if you're traveling around land, you have to pay tribute. And the Muslims were to take as hostages 150 soldiers and 50 civilians to make peace. And the Romans were to cease warring against the Muslims. And the Muslims were to desist from seizing the Christian churches. So what were they doing before that? They were seizing the Christian churches.
Yep.
You have to be ordered to desist.
But Mary, Quran 532 says don't kill the innocent. So I guess that means they didn't read the Quran. The fact that you put come on in front of this,
I hope that you're joking.
when this is literally the kind of arguments that your side of the the debate here will make. Yeah, right?
But I hope that this one is a joke because
I mean, he put come on, right? So it's clearly a joke in some
I'm assuming it is, right? All right. But yeah, Muhammad's
good question from Cargo Crew. So what's the dating on this document? So when did John of the Bishop of Nikiu?
Well, he died in 695, but he was an eyewitness to a lot of this stuff. Was whenever he was.
So no later.
So,
yeah. It was a joke. We got it. No later than 695, right? Because he couldn't have written it after he was dead.
Right. But and maybe he had intended to write more because it isn't really like a super conclusive thing. So maybe it was possible he was writing toward the end of his life, but this was during his lifetime. He was a very, very old man when he died. So he was in his 70s probably, considering he was the head of a monastery and 20 years before he died. He was already the head of a monastery, so he was quite old. Anyway, so the Jews were to be permitted to remain in the city of Alexandria. So he bargained for the benefit of the Jews as well. Then the population rose up against the patriarch and sought to stone him. This is after they found out. This is several sentences later. So they find out. They're like, oh, you're betraying him. But then he said, I have made this treaty in order to save you and your children. And plunged in much weeping and grief, he besought them. So please don't. You're destroying our chance at peace. And then the Alexandrians felt ashamed before him and offered him a large sum of gold to hand over to the Ishmaelites together with the tribute, which had been imposed on them. So they were ashamed that they thought that he was betraying them because he wasn't. Now, here is an important point. In their history books, Egyptian Copts read that the Oriental Orthodox welcomed the Muslims to save them from the Chalcedonian Christians who were oppressing them. John here represents the Oriental Orthodox. So do the people who were the majority of the population who were about to stone Cyrus for making peace because they mistrusted him. They thought, oh, you're a Chalcedonian, you're betraying us, until they realized, no, he really does mean our best. There's none of this. No one welcomed them. Nobody wanted them. Everyone despised them. Everybody hated that they were there. They were brutal and evil to everyone, to be clear. So here's real history written by someone who was there versus imaginary history that you get in Egyptian textbooks today. I am against imaginary histories that make these Muslims into some sort of sweet alternative Judeo-Christianity thingy. No. They were always violent jihadis. All right. And then he says about collaborators. Now, that there were 3 men who loved the heathen, so they're talking about the Muslims now, they're being called heathen, but hated the Christians, and they compelled the Christians to carry fodder for the cattle and milk and honey and fruit and leeks and other things in abundance, in addition to the ordinary rations that the Christians were forced to supply to them. So He's calling them heathens. The patriarch Cyrus was greatly grieved on account of the calamities which had befallen the land of Egypt, for Amr had no mercy on the Egyptians and did not observe the covenant they made with him, for he was of a barbaric race. So he wasn't doing the things that he said. Jumping ahead further.
So wait
Yeah.
a second. Did you just say Umar? Because I thought
Amr.
there was no evidence. Okay.
Well,
so
I said Umar earlier. Yeah. And Amr, the son of
But
Al-As
I thought there was no evidence. I thought there was no evidence for any of the caliphs, that none of these names existed in history.
Of course they exist. They exist
I-
abundantly. But
Okay.
you're just
So that was also
Yeah.
a lie, that none of the rightly guide caliphs are found in history documents by name.
Yep. That's also a lie. So we have
Okay.
Amr ibn Al-As, who was the ruler of Egypt, sending a letter to Umar ibn al-Khattab. Yeah. Anyway, he did not observe the agreement that was made. And then Abba Benjamin, the patriarch of the Egyptians, returned to the city of Alexandria in the 13th year after his flight from the Romans. And he went about to the churches and inspected all of them. So here, the leader of the Oriental Orthodox, who had been expelled by the Chalcedonians, came back at this. But what does he say? Does he say that the Muslims are the good guys? No. Everyone said to him, and he's basically underlining
surely
this.
they were just monotheists of the same general vicinity of the Christianity at the time, which doesn't resemble modern Christianity, and then just all got along or some such, right? That's what they thought of the Muslims, that they're just friendly monotheists that are just basically the same thing with slightly different ideas.
Yeah. That's basically what the alternative folks are saying. Why are they saying it? Because the people who came up with these ideas are actually anti-Christian. I'm not saying that the Christians who are promoting these are anti-Christian. They're not. They didn't pay attention to what Oleg was saying. They are not paying attention to what Pop is saying. These people are enemies of Christianity. Stephen Shoemaker is claiming that Jerusalem itself taught a different Jesus, and that the Muslims were cool with. And the Muslims of the bishopric of Jerusalem and the Christians of the bishopric of Jerusalem were buddy-buddy in their faith. That's what he's arguing, and it is nonsense. So, anyway.
You asked me whether
summary.
they agreed or not,
Yeah.
so I had to suggest that they did, because that's
Yep.
what I was told, that they're just in agreement to one another.
Yep. And everyone said this expulsion of the Romans and the victory of the Muslims is due to the wickedness of the Emperor Heraclius and the persecution of the Orthodox, they mean Oriental Orthodox, through the Patriarch Cyrus. This was the cause of the ruin of the Romans and the subjugation of Egypt by the Muslim. So what are they saying? They're saying that it came to this because of the stuff that the Chalcedonians were doing to the Oriental Orthodox. That's what they're saying. They're not saying, oh, the Muslims are our buddies. In fact, immediately after this, John laments apostasy that happened because first he describes a bunch of crushing taxation and oppression. People are selling their children because the taxes are so high that they have no other way to do it, and their entire family will be killed, basically, if they don't sell their kids. They're having to sell their kids into slavery to pay these horrific taxes. And he says after this, and now many of the Egyptians who had been false Christians denied the Holy Orthodox faith and life-giving baptism and embraced the religion of the Muslim, the enemies of God. Are they coming with a different religion, Thaddeus?
Yeah, if they're enemies of God, that would definitely not seem to be the same religion. Just according to me, right? Oh, well, I'm ignoring, right, the embrace the religion of the Muslim, obviously, because that's what's debatable, right, is what the religion of the Muslim is.
Right. They deny the Holy Orthodox faith, embrace the religion of the Muslim, the enemies of God, and accepted, what is their doctrine? The detestable doctrine of the beast. That is Muhammad. Who is the beast? Muhammad is a beast. And they erred together with those idolaters and took arms. And Yeah.
I mean, there's some objection to you labeling it Antichrist because that could be confused. But here, literally, right?
Yeah.
Literally, he's saying
Literally.
that Muhammad is the beast of Revelation.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could get more Antichrist than that.
I know, right? And notice what I said, Antichrist theology. So there should not have
Yeah, I
been
know,
any
but I mean, you could
confusion.
have put Christian. You could have put anti-Christian. I mean,
I
but
could put
it-
Antichrist, but my point is that they are against Christ, as in he died, buried, raised again. That's what he's opposed to.
so we
But
do
that's why I have
have
the
Cargo
theology.
Crew. He's acknowledging that John here is a significant source, right? So he's actually acknowledging that this is a valid, extensive piece of evidence, but then he tries to throw it out saying it's late, so it has to be studied on priority.
He is a witness, and
Okay,
he
first of all-
died in 695. He's dead.
Right.
What?
Right.
Dead.
No, he's
Cannot write more.
He's writing about things he himself saw. So if that's late, I'm not really sure what early would be exactly.
You can ask Mel
if an
about this all he wants.
eyewitness.
He's just going to misconstrue it and put it in the wrong context. He's going to go, oh, but the physical copy is late or something. That's what Mel will do, because he cannot be honest about the sources, because the source, he cannot be honest about it, because it says that the opposite of the Holy Orthodox faith is the religion of Muslim, the enemies of God, the detestable doctrine of the beast, Muhammad. He cannot accept that.
Let's get Mel on record. By all means, give him a super chat. Get him on record as to what this means, although I'm not 100% sure and his channel is monetized, which means if it's not, you won't be able to give a super chat. But by all means, get him on record one way or another, and see what he has to say about it. Because once he's nailed down to a position, then we can critique his position. But until he has one, we're just speculating what he'll say. But I would just say also, if you consider this late, where is your earlier source that says something different, or that supports Mel's theory, or supports Jay's theory, which is somewhat different than Mel's, or supports Robert's theory, which is significantly different than either Mel or Jay's theory, right? Where is a source that's earlier that supports your point of view, since you're acknowledging that this document does support our point of view? And I do want to acknowledge that that the fact that you are acknowledging the significance of the document is substantial. So we'll go with. So I'm giving you praise here, right? That you're saying you're actually listening and you're actually interacting with what we have to say, and you're actually saying, okay, maybe you guys do have some evidence. You've moved beyond the point where you're just reflexively rejecting anything that's broad, and that's progress, and I'm glad. So Allah said party fabrication is reasonable. I mean, it's reasonable in absence of evidence, right? In absence of evidence, a party fabrication, a conspiracy, in different terms. Like, people really hate the term conspiracy, but that's literally the definition of a conspiracy, right? As a group of people getting together to concoct ideas that are contrary to actual fact, right? But whatever, let's not use the word conspiracy. A group getting together to concoct Islam in isolation might be a perfectly reasonable thing. It's something that could happen. It's certainly something human beings have tried in human history. But where is the evidence thereof, and how does it fit in with what we actually have? Just even in the abstract, forget the lack of direct evidence for it. How does it fit in with what we have, where we have where we have sets of documents that don't seem to be what a competent party of the, say, 8th, 9th century would be projecting on the past, because they don't seem to understand Christianity. And the supposed purpose for fabricating this is to get Christians in line with their new empire. So it doesn't seem to fit the purpose. So it doesn't seem to fit the evidence. So give me some direct evidence give me some explanation as how this better fits the facts. But just saying an idea is reasonable isn't the same thing as saying it's plausible in light of evidence. All right, you want to continue with our Coptic apocalypse here?
Yep. So after that shall arise the sons of Ishmael and the sons of Esau. And again, this is another fake prophecy. So this is written as if it is occurring, as if it was created before the invasion of the Muslims, but it's written after the invasion of the Muslims. This is how people fabricated things back then, but it still is insightful as to what people shortly after the invasion of the Muslims believed the Muslims to be. After that shall arise the sons of Ishmael and the sons of Esau, who hounded the Christians. And this is obviously a Christian source because they don't know that the Jews call us Edomites. And the rest of them will be concerned to prevail over and rule all the world and to rebuild the temple that is in Jerusalem. A fundamental part of the argument that J. Smith and Robert Spencer make is that rebuilding the temple is something that Christians would be okay with. Let's see what they say about it. When that happens, we know that the end of times approaches and is near. The Jews will expect the deceiver and will be ahead of the other people when he comes. So Antichrist is going to come. When you see the abomination of desolation of which the prophet Daniel spoke, standing in the holy place. So if they rebuild the temple, it is to create a place for the abomination of desolation. This is a constant theme with them messing about on the... Remember, the Christians have had control of the Temple Mount since 380. The Roman Empire has been officially Christian. And since the 350s, they could have built anything they wanted on it. They built nothing, and it was still a garbage heap. Why? Because if someone builds another temple, it is a temple for the beast. That's what Christians believed then. I don't care what kind of theology you've decided to adopt today. To every ancient Christian, if you built something on it.
This is not a statement about the correct understanding of Revelation. It's just a statement about what they understood at the time.
Universal understanding of all Christians and Revelation at that time was that if there is another physical temple on Jerusalem, the only thing that it could be for is the abomination of desolation and the coming of the beast. All right?
So a couple things for you. Cargo Cruise's question needs to be put on Mr. Odin LaFontaine as well. Yeah, by all means, we want to have discussions or question any of the people pushing this. And I'm going to put this on the record here. I am willing to have a discussion and or a formal debate with absolutely anyone pushing the idea of Muhammad mythism, because Mary and I have made the conscious decision to take on this idea full front, right? We never agreed with the idea, but we chose to not bring this up as a point of contention between different, in many cases, right? I'm not saying all the people, but in many cases, different Christians pushing different ideas. However, we've decided that now is the time that we need to speak out against this idea, because it is actually long term, we believe it is doing damage to our ability to speak to Muslims about the falsity of their religion.
And I believe that Odon is one of the anti-Christians.
Which is why I was very careful in the way I worded that. I didn't want to.
So I'm being a little bit more blunt.
Yes.
He has this many Christianities view where there's notice how concerned the Oriental Orthodox are about the tiny difference between Oriental Orthodoxy and Chalcedonian Orthodoxy. Both of them are very concerned about that. But he's one of these, Christians were just doing whatever and nobody cared, and this is just another kind of Christianity, and there's no orthodoxy.
I would love to have discussions, right? That's what I want. And just to be clear, I absolutely invited Mel, who I've had on the show on my channel previously. I invited him to have a discussion with me, like a non-threatening, non-confrontational discussion, and he respectfully declined. invitation remains open, and I told him as much as well, that the invitation remains open. I would love to have that discussion. We did have something on the source that we were just looking at there, Mary, the Apocalypse from lowest ranking Muslim. When you say invasion of Muslims, what are you even trying to say? Please, it's hurting my head. I'm not sure why it's ambiguous, but
they're invading lands that are not theirs and killing the people who live there. What do you mean?
Expanding. You want to rephrase it differently from a Muslim perspective? Fine. They're expanding into new territory with the aid of their military might. I mean, that's a historical fact. So I'm not really sure why you're confused. Since Mary is paused here, I'll take this question as well. Is it likely that a lot of the descriptions of Muhammad from the Hadith, etc., are fabricated so that the writers could justify their own behavior? I think you'd have to look on a case-by-case basis and determine, based on the totality of evidence around a particular doctrine, when it may have arisen. I would say it is certainly a possibility that people are recasting Muhammad in their own image. It's also a possibility that, which I believe is the dominant possibility here, that they're recasting Muhammad in light of polemics being made against this new religion. But that doesn't override the historical core to the extent that you don't know what the real Muhammad looked like. So, for example, this isn't so much Hadith specifically, but something that's clearly happening, no one would dispute this, is Muhammad is becoming a miracle worker, right? And why is that happening? Is it because of contemporaries wanting Muhammad to be a miracle worker because they want to claim that they could be miracle workers? Obviously not, right? This particular case has to be that it's evolving in response to Christians saying, why would we follow Muhammad? He couldn't work any miracles. You're telling us he can't work any miracles. Whereas we follow Jesus, the greatest miracle worker to ever live. It seems like a pretty obvious choice to us. And then the Muslims are like, here's what it is. So Muhammad at first didn't have any miracles, and that's why the Quran says he didn't have any. But then he did later on for some reason, even though Allah said this would be ridiculous for him to have miracles. So I think that you get that kind of thing, but you have to view each thing in its own right to determine the historical reality behind it. History is, proper history is a difficult, calculated, precise thing. It's not just, I look at one fact and I come to a conclusion about everything type situation like people often desire it to be. Anything you want to add, Mary?
Not really to that.
Anything else you want me to bring up here?
No. I mean, remember, each of these are not in isolation. They're all pointing in the same direction.
Right.
They're
exactly.
all pointing. These are not inconsistent with one another. And
right.
I know here the Chronicle ends with the capture of Alexandria in 641. So it actually does end then. So he might have been writing this at the end of his life, but these are things that he would have witnessed. And maybe he croaked before he wrote more. He might have written
right. So that's
a
a possibility. But I mean, in isolation, the most probable explanation is he's writing it. Yeah, I mean, it might not be 642, but it's probably a period of time shortly
maybe
after that, and he's reflecting upon the things, right? So 646 or something. I mean, of course, it's possible he was writing in 690, and that's all he wanted to cover, or
he was actually,
or whatever.
He was actually attempting to write an entire history of the world, so it may have taken him like years to write everything.
Right? Fair enough.
So
it may not actually go up to the current times because he may have run out of resources or died or whatever. But it's clearly after 641, and it's clearly before 695 when he dies. So that's a pretty narrow window of when it was written by most standards of history. So
So he suggested they were bringing out multiple wives. Well, the thing was the Arabs already had multiple wives. Muhammad limited them for everybody but himself. So no. Homosexual behavior, he officially disallowed it when the Arabs were doing it all over the place and had no problems with it before. So he created tension. He said that you should stop doing all this homosexual behavior. So no, that would be against what the people would want. What the heck is khulafa?
Okay, I didn't know what
mean
that was.
Khalifa? You mean the Khalifa?
The caliphate?
Yeah, we've already covered. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, that's caliphate. Yeah, or caliphs rather, for all the caliphs rather than one caliph. Yeah, we already covered one of them.
Okay, so it's okay. Yeah, it's a plural of Khalifa. Gotcha. Because Arabic plurals are weird, right?
Yeah. I just
in the middle word.
had a stupid brain fart for a second. We've already given you one, but here we're talking about Christian sources. They're not all that interested so far in documenting history, except for this one guy who did document the history and did name the current caliph at this time. The Khulafa Rashidun. Yeah, it was here. You missed it. You left. While Umar, son of Ibn al-Khattab. Omar, the son of al-Khattab. He's there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now we have Pope Martin, and this is not on my list because it's just a very short thing. He's being accused of heresy and treason, and he's denying it. He said, "In no time did I send letters to the Saracens, no, or some say, a statement as to what they should believe. Neither did I either dispatch money except to those servants of God traveling to that place for the sake of alms, and the little which we supplied to them was certainly not conveyed to the Saracens." So basically, I'm not helping the Saracens against the Byzantines. And shame on you for spreading rumors that I might have helped these people. So, because that would be treasonous, heretical. He's denying this in a list of things he's denying. So here's
as you said, that's a very minor source, but again, corresponds, right?
Right.
By itself, that would be very, very little evidence, but the fact that it corresponds provides credibility.
So here's a completely hilarious one. This guy, that's the Chronicle of Fredegar, which is written in France in the 650s, and it is whacked because of its super telephone game, because they're all the way out in France trying to write down what they've heard. And there are, and he seems to think that the Scythians and Saracens are the same people, and so are the Parthians or Kurds. He just kind of like collapses them all. It's very confusing. Why is he confused? Because he's in France. I mean, guys, he's confused because he's in France.
An author in France being confused isn't evidence of conspiracy for something happening in the Middle East?
No, it's not. So,
okay.
It said that for 3 years and more, Constans paid 1,000 gold solidi a day for the to the Saracens, but then he somewhat recovered his strength and little by little won back his empire and refused to pay tribute. How this came about, I shall set down under the right year in its proper sequence. So I'm going to list what year things happened in. He's going to do his best. The Mujahirs, who are also called the Saracens, a circumcised people of old who had lived beneath the Caucasus on the shores of the Caspian in a country known as Ercolia. So he's completely confused about where they are, but he lists them as Saracens. They've now grown so numerous that at least they took, and by the way, at this time, guess how many people had maps? 0.
Mm-hmm.
There were descriptions of cities that you travel to, but they were like linear descriptions. You had Ptolemy's geography, which tried to place things in locations, and nothing since then. So people just did not have a picture of where things were. And he's making a guess and he's getting it wildly wrong. Anyway, They took up arms and threw themselves upon the provinces of the Emperor Heraclius, who dispatched an army to hold them. The ensuing battle of the Saracens were the victors and cut the vanquished to pieces. It is said that the Saracens killed in this engagement 150,000 men. That would be a lot. Again, massive exaggeration. Then they sent a deputation to Heraclius with an offer to send him the spoils of battle, but he would accept nothing because of his desire for vengeance on the Saracens. That seems unlikely. The account of what appears to be the Battle of Yarmouk, which was in 636, follows, in which Heraclius is said to release the demonic hordes locked up above the Caspian behind the brass gates of Alexander the Great and threw them toward 150,000 mercenary warriors to fight the Saracens. The latter 202 commanders were approximately 20,000 or 200,000 strong. The two forces had camped quite near one another and were ready for an engagement the following morning, but during the very night, the army of Heraclius was smitten by the sword of God. 52,000 of his men died where they slept. When on the following day, at the moment of joining battle, his men saw that so large a part of their force had fallen by divine judgment, they no longer dared to advance on the Saracens, but all retired whence they came. The Saracens proceeded, as was their habit, to lay waste to the provinces of the empire that had fallen to them. So this is what you get in legendary sources. This is typical legendary material. Gates of the brass gates of Alexander the Great and everything. Typical legendary material, because this traveled a long way and had a while to pick up crazy embroideries.
Yeah, so obviously we can't take a great deal of information from that source directly, right? We can't take a lot of information, but it provides a contrast between a reliable account and a non-reliable account. And two, the fact that there's an unreliable account of something suggests that it's well known and has spread very far, right? That this has happened, which is odd if it's a conspiracy or a group effort long after this time, that somehow in France they seem to be having weird ideas about what's going on, but still nonetheless know what's going on in some sense.
All right.
I just thought that was, put in the context there.
Yeah. I mean, the farther away from the events it is, the less reliable you expect it to be, in terms of if they're just getting rumors, that they don't have documents, they're hearing stories, because oral transmission is not great, especially if you're telling a really dramatic story, right? So yeah, this is not something that you take seriously. The other one that's completely wacky is the Chronicle of Khuzistan, which is also super, super far away from the main action, right? So next we have...
Yeah, so I mean, unreliable sources, of course, don't tell you anything about the truth of the reliable sources. Let me rephrase that. They don't suggest because some people are writing unreliable things, everyone must be writing unreliable things, any more than the fact that people are creating fake so-called gospels in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 12th century, right? Like it's a continual practice throughout that time. Tells you anything about the reliability of the original gospel accounts.
All right, so Trophies of Damascus is the next one. It's an anti-Jewish polemic. And then the interlocutor responds with reference to boasting about God's favor resting upon any Christian government. So he says, if things are as you say, you, the Jewish person, how is it that enslavements are befalling you? Whose are these devastated lands against whom? Oh, wait, no, this is a Jew talking to him. If things are as you say, how is it that the enslavements are befalling you, Christians? Whose are these devastated lands? It's the Christian lands. It's your lands are devastated. Against whom are so many wars stirred up? What other nation is so much fought as the Christians? So God must be against you. But then at the very beginning, the very first words of the Trophies of Damascus, of the divine and invincible church of God, that strikes a defiant note. The author is aware that others hold Jerusalem in this introduction, but he asserts that as long as the head and the empire remain firm, all the body will renew itself with ease, and proclaims that Damascus, Damascus as the illustrious city beloved of Christ. In the face of the Jews' stinging reply quoted above, the Christian says, this is the most astounding thing, that though embattled, the church has remained invincible and indestructible. While all strike out against it, the foundation has remained unshaken. And so what does he see? The opposition being to the church. So these Muslims are against, these Saracens are against the church here. It is seen as an assault on Christians more than anything else. And then here's a Khuzistan chronicler from the Chronica Menorah, which is very, very, very far out in Persia and has a particularly wacky version of it, although it's slightly better than Fredegar's. So then God raised up against them the sons of Ishmael, numerous as sand on the seashore, whose leader was Mohammed. Neither walls nor gates, armor or shield. And by the way, if you're coming at me because it's not fully vocalized, just don't. Don't care. Do not care. Neither walls nor gates, armor nor shield withstood them, and they regained control over the entire land of the Persians. And they gained control over the entire land of the Persians. They also came to Byzantine territory, plundering and ravaging the entire region of Syria. Heraclius, the Byzantine king, sent armies against them, but the Arabs killed more than 100,000 of them. So here they are. Arabs, they're sons of Ishmael. They're fighting against everybody. It then lists all the living commanders, but does not list Muhammad among them. And the people who are listed as commanders, they are mentioned in Islamic sources. They belong there. And later on, it talks about the campaign against Susa. Wherefore the Arabs, hastening to besiege Sus, and after a few days surrendered it and slew every one of the most respectable of those who were present in the city. They brought in the Arabs who subdued Sedreh, pouring blood into it like water, and the interpreter of the city, and also the bishop of the city, and the interpreter of the city and bishop of the city, of Hormizd Ardasar. So these are people they killed. And with swiftness, they killed the scholastics. Those are scholars of Christianity, priests and deacons, their blood being shed in the sanctuary, in the churches. They also killed the bishop of the city of Hertha, who lived in the city of Sedreh, who is acting as the ambassador between the Arabs and the Romans. So they killed the bishop and ambassador. Later on, he reports on what the Muslims claim about the Kaaba, and obviously this is muddled through being passed between people. He calls it the Dome of Abraham. Regarding the Dome of Abraham, so that's what they claim to revere, we have been unable to discover what it is, except that because the blessed Abraham grew rich in property and wanted to get away from the envy of the Canaanites, he chose to live in the distant and spacious parts of the desert. They probably asked the Muslim, why is he there? And they just made up something on the spot, right? But this already places what? The location of Abraham, his shrine is distant in the desert. Spacious, full of space, empty part of the desert. Is this in a big city, Thaddeus?
No.
A distant and spacious part of the desert. Since he lived in tents.
Unless the desert is a synonym for large city.
Yeah. Since he lived in tents, he built that place of worship of God, and for the offering of sacrifices, it took its present name from what it had been since the memory of the place was preserved with the generations of their race. So calling it he translates it as dome rather than cube. He probably didn't understand the word. It was a shape, right? Indeed, it was no new thing for the Arabs to worship there, according to whom? The Arabs. It goes back to antiquity, their early days, and in that they show honor to the father of the head of their people. See, that's their claim. That's their claim. He's documenting their claim. He's not endorsing it. He's not saying Abraham definitely went down there. He's just saying this is what they're saying. And he says, Hasar, which scripture calls the heads of kingdom, belongs to the Arabs, while Medina is named after Midian, Adam's fourth son by Keturah. That's not true, but whatever. And is also called Yathrib. He's just guessing. He's just guessing that Midian and Midian are the same because he doesn't know quite where these things. And Dumat Jandal belongs to them. It does. And the territory of the Hijra, well, it's the immigrants again, but in Aramaic. And that actually seems to be Yemen in context because it's rich in water, palm trees, and fortified buildings. So that would be Yemen. And the territory of Hatta, situated by the sea in the vicinity of the islands of Qatar, is rich in the same way. Yes, they controlled it. It is so thickly vegetated with various kinds of plants. Notice the closer he is to where he is, the more accurate his geography is, the farther he gets, the goofier it gets. The region of Mazon also resembles it, etc., etc. And that so belongs to them too. The territory of Yamama, and in the middle of the desert, and the territory of Tauf, and the territory of Hira.
Any text I just finished.
yeah, we had to do that. So anyway, which was the seed.
Magnifying glasses out, people.
Yeah, which was the seed of Mundar, surnamed the Warrior. He was sixth in the line of the Ishmaelite kings. Sorry that it's small.
You're fine.
Most of it's just listing of places that they are, right?
Yep. And you read it. You read it for us.
Yep, I read it. So the Marionite Chronicle. This is one that Mel had issues with because I said that they were warlike. But the Marionite Chronicle involves more than 1 year. I have pulled out the years that are applicable. Okay? It's missing the early part of the Arab conquest. It starts in 658. And it says Muqawiyah gave orders that his sister's son be put to death. Ali threatened to go up once again against Muqawiyah, and they struck him while he's at prayer in Al-Hira and killed him. This actually happened. It's really odd that people dispute this. So the modern Islamic myth is that there were 4 Rashidun caliphs, and after that, there was the Umayyad dynasty, when in reality, Muqawiyah, guess what he did? He never recognized Ali. He crowned himself in defiance of Ali, and the state was split. I
was going to say, you mean that the Sunnis and Shias split?
Yeah, they split at the time that Ali came to the throne. The Sunnis never recognized him. To be clear, did they No, they never recognized him. This is accurate historical reporting, not this fairy princess, we all love each other, la-di-da stuff that you get now. There were only 3 caliphs that the Sunnis agreed to follow and then immediately went to Muqawiyah and did not recognize any others. Okay? So that's describing these events that followed. Then it says many Arabs, and in 660, many Arabs gathered at Jerusalem and made Muqawiyah king, and this was before Ali is dead, right? And he went up and sat down on Golgotha. He prayed there and went to Gethsemane and went down to the tomb of the Blessed Mary to pray in it. In those days, when the air. So here, Jay Smith wants to say, oh, look, he's doing Christian things. Do Muslims steal Christian churches, Thaddeus?
They do.
Do they sell?
In fact, it's a great point of pride. I hear it all the time from Muslims, and they're like, Islam is taking over the world. Just look at how many Christian churches have become mosques. And of course, 90% of it is just pure fantasy. But in cases, Muslims will buy Christian churches in the modern world, or certainly in the ancient times when they were still conquering lands, they would go and they wouldn't destroy the church. They would exert greater dominance over the church by turning it into a mosque.
Yes, and I will clarify. So the people who are the Muslim mythicists want to make Muqawiyah into a pseudo-Christian king where everybody just hugged and got along, and the Christians will recognize him as one of their own, and maybe the Jews did too, and we were all holding hands and singing Kumbaya, and here's the evidence. The evidence is that he was exerting dominance over Christian holy sites. Hello? This is what Muslims do when they go to India. They take over Hindu temples. Are they Hindus now? They're saying that these are their own places, that they deserve them, they've conquered them, they're ours. This is why this Marionite chronicler is writing about these places, because he cared about them, because they were the places that they were threatening to steal. The Muslims had already stolen the cathedral in Damascus. They had stolen it and turned it into a mosque. They stole other churches. They stole the Church of the Khuzistan. They stole churches, and they was worried that they were going to steal these churches too. So then he notes, in those days, when the Arabs were gathered there with Muawiyah, there was an earthquake. And what happened during this time, a lot of Jericho fell, and so did many nearby churches and monasteries. So this being juxtaposed with Muawiyah praying in these places, this is kind of like a cause-result thing being suggested here. That Muawiyah did these things, and so like an earthquake happened, which was seen as divine disfavor in a lot of cases. In July of the same year, the emirs and many Arabs gathered and gave their allegiance to Muawiyah. Then an order went out that he should be proclaimed and king over all the villages and cities of his dominion, and they should make acclamations and invocations to him. Muawiyah also minted gold and silver, but it was not accepted because there was no cross on it.
Mm-hmm.
So again, he took away the cross because he thought he was secure enough, and he ended up being secure enough in the long term. But there is a rejection of the money, economic upheaval, because of taking away the cross.
Mm-hmm.
So this supposedly pious king suddenly is like an impious king, I guess. I don't know. And he did not wear a crown like the other kings of the world. Okay, well, none of the caliphs wore crowns. He placed his throne in Damascus and refused to go to Muhammad's throne. So Muhammad's
well, hold on a second, Mary. So if he's not exerting the usual pattern of Christian kings of wearing a crown, then why would that be evidence he's a Christian exactly? I don't understand why they'd appeal to that. Like he's so modest, like he's so Christ-like.
The people who are like complete
crown, I mean,
crackpots are suggesting that he was really saw himself as a tributary ruler to the Byzantines, which is ludicrous.
Okay, but I mean, even if he saw, that wouldn't have anything to do with his religious beliefs, even if he saw himself as, politically subservient to the Byzantines.
Well, they would only have clients who were Christian, so they must have thought he was Christian. That's literally.
Okay, so that's the idea.
Yeah.
But obviously, I mean, if you just read this text, right,
Mm-hmm.
it's suggesting he is a king who's not doing the normal king thing.
Yep.
Saying, unlike all the other kings, he didn't do X. Unlike these other people, he wasn't a king.
Right.
That's just a really weird conclusion to draw.
Right.
The literal
He is a
word.
king, but did not wear a crown.
Right.
Why? Because
exactly. That's
a
what the
caliph
text is saying.
Yeah, a caliph is a successor to a prophet, not a king. So he ruled as a king, but he didn't wear a crown because he viewed himself as a prophetic successor. All right. So,
well, I mean, you don't even need to come up with an explanation. Just it wasn't the normal culture of the Muslims to wear crowns as king. I mean, that's not suggesting he's a Christian. I mean, it's just weird.
And they also make this big thing. He placed his throne in Damascus and refused to go to Muhammad's throne. Well, guess what? Ali is out here in Hijra, right? Or according to this, he's in Kufa, actually, which is close enough. But he's out over there and also not in Muhammad's throne, which would be Medina, according to these folks. They know of his rule in Medina and not elsewhere. Why wouldn't he go down to Medina, Thaddeus?
Because he wasn't interested in going there for political reasons. I mean, he's the king of a particular territory.
Well, I mean, he actually had control of. Well,
let me rephrase. It wasn't.
He lost control of it.
Important to his empire. It wasn't his capital or the seat of power. So obviously, he's going to put his throne in the seat of power, or political capital, or however else you want to phrase that.
So
I mean, none of the other people, like, I mean, I don't think any, it's not like the Ottoman Empire put
No.
the throne of the Ottoman Empire in Mecca or Medina, and they certainly believed that Muhammad was from Mecca and Medina. So I don't see how that's a piece of evidence, is what I'm getting at.
And so, and for those who missed discussion of crosses on coins and how people at the time reported on it, that's at the very beginning of this talk. So Damascus was the regional governorate capital. It was the regional capital. It was a very important city. Other places were not. It was important. Just like Kufa was important. So Ali was over there in the rich city of Kufa. He was in the rich city and powerful city of Damascus that was central. The fact that he didn't go to Muhammad's throne shows that Muhammad had a place that was out in the boonies that people didn't particularly want to go to once they had other places to be. Then in 661,
that's actually a very interesting point for a different reason. And you know, I lose track as to where any particular individual sits at any point in time, because they're all constantly changing their views. But certainly one of the things that they've suggested historically is that Islam arose in the Jerusalem area, that, you know, the Jerusalem would be the throne of Muhammad to the extent that, right, because they back project it, right? They back project it on the same place. Or, you know, if you want to say Islam arose in Syria or whatever, they'd back project the throne on the same place. Why would they back project it on some different far away place that no one cares about? It's not like they're claiming Rome or something, right? They're claiming a random town that no one cares about, which is very odd if that random town has no actual significance to the history.
And here's the, and yeah, some I have heard them go, oh, this really means Jerusalem. Muhammad was in Jerusalem. How, when, where? Jerusalem was part of the Roman Empire. There was no Muhammad in Jerusalem. That didn't exist. And no, it's not about Jesus. Jesus doesn't have a throne in Jerusalem.
In Jerusalem.
This is brain dead. It's reading one source against all the others. The others affirm that he was in Medina. Anyway, he's crowning himself a year before Ali is dead. Ali dies in 661, and then Muawiyah has acquired the power to which he had aimed, that is, taking over Ali's land. And then he's at peace from the wars of his people. He broke the pact with the Romans and refused to accept peace from them any longer. Rather, he said, if the Romans want peace, let them surrender their weapons and pay jizya. They have to pay jizya. Otherwise, there is war. This is why I have them marked as warmongers, because you need war to be, or else jizya. That is why warmongers
it literally says pay the jizya.
Yes.
Right?
It literally
says pay the jizya, but yet we're supposed to believe that Islam didn't exist yet at this time.
There's no dimitude. Islam didn't exist. Pay the jizya. This is not coherent. And usually they leave out 661 for a good reason.
I wonder why. So before you get to another source, let me take a couple questions from the audience. J.P. Amen says, when did they start calling themselves Muslims and using the term Islam? Mary can correct me if there's an earlier mention, but there certainly is a mention in the Dome of the Rock inscription of 691. There might be previous. And obviously the first inscription isn't when they started using the term of themselves. But what do you think, Mary?
I think it was like the 660s. But the issue is that Muslim is just a word in Arabic. It's not a super special word. It's not a super unique word. It's just a word. The concept was borrowed from Christianity, where it meant
it just means
the devotion
one
to church, or one's devotion to a church, devotion. And Arabic, it had the native meaning not of devoting oneself, but of surrendering after a battle. And it's more in this sense of surrender. Submission means like submission in war, right? So surrender is another term for it, where you give up so devotion is the idea that you give yourself willingly to something that you care about, right? You're devoted to it. This surrender is that on the terms of peace, you give up all your stuff. That is the native meaning in Arabic, and that is the meaning that Muhammad took from this term that he had heard in Aramaic and then miscast, right? And so
let me draw an analogy. Right. So when did they start using the term Muslim like as a specialized technical term? It's going to be a really hard question to answer. And let me draw an analogy from Christianity, right? If I say apostle, everyone has a very specific idea of what that meant, but it was an existing term in Greek that means one who sent or messenger. At some point in church history, it takes on this specialized meaning, but when exactly that occurs, I mean, it's really hard to say, right? What any given author means, are they using it in a technical sense or not? Hard to say. And the same idea happens here. All right, let me take this other question from Cargo Crew. So I looked up Bishop John of Nikiu. On the Wikipedia page, it says his biography was written by a guy called Severus, who was in the 10th century, and another by his immediate successor, which you got neither. We're talking about the Chronicle written by Bishop John, as opposed to the biography about him. The material Mary's quoting is not from his biography.
Yeah, it's his actual writing. It's not from his biography. Why are you even going to that? Anyway,
right. So, I just want to. So you've accidentally conflated two different works, right? So he wrote a chronicle, which is intended to be the history of the world, starting from creation itself, right? Starting from Genesis 1 up until the present time. He tries to write a complete chronicle of the history of the world. As far as I know, there's no scholars who think that this is pseudographically applied to him. As far as I know, everyone agrees he actually wrote that, which obviously means it's during his lifetime. Then how do we know about him as a person? That's from biographies, which are written by, as you said, his immediate successor, as well as the most important biography being written, 100 years later or whatever. But that's not relevant to when his chronology was written, which is what we were talking about.
And so I think the date that it first begins use because they call themselves most often believers. They're the believers, they're the disbelievers. That's what the Quran says.
Right.
Other people aren't going to grant them the term believers. Nobody else is going to call them a believer. But the Quran uses Muslim in a sense and in a way that other people don't, as an identity of a person who is also a believer. Muslim is pretty much synonymous with it, and people grant them that because they don't use the term in the same way. That's why it shifted. Nobody's going to call them a believer who does not think that they are believers. So they're just like, no, we're not going to do this. So Pseudo Sebeos, we don't know who this person was. It was accredited to Sebeos, and he, he is an Armenian, so he's pretty darn far away too. And so this, again, it's oral legendary embroidery that is reaching them from distance. This is an account from men who returned from captivity in Khuzistan, Takistan, who themselves have been eyewitnesses to the events described and narrated them to us. But they were in captivity in Khuzistan, Takistan, which is not anywhere where these things happen. So I'm not sure how they could be eyewitnesses. Anyway, they came with the story. Do not eat him. He is allowed to come in here when I'm talking. He's guarding this because the kids aren't ever in here. My dog is guarding the room from the children because I guess he thought I was on video and the kids can't come in. I don't know. Anyway, so out. So this very wonky story has this account. The Jews called the Arabs to their aid and familiarized them with the relationship that they had through the books of the Old Testament. In Medina, they were not exactly calling them to their aid. But if you look at how the whole thing is cast, that Muhammad will be this figure that makes everyone get along, it can be seen how people would interpret it that way. And they did tell him that you're an Ishmaelite. That's where he got it from. Although the Arabs were convinced of their close relationship, they were unable to get a consensus from their multitude, for they were divided from each other by religion. Well, yes. In that period, certain one of them, a man of the sons of Ishmael named Muhammad, became a prominent leader person. And a sermon about the way of truth, supposedly at God's command, was revealed to them. Muhammad taught them to recognize the God of Abraham, especially since he was informed and knowledgeable about Mosaic history. So basically, he heard some stuff from the Jews and he tried to unify them under his own religion. Because the command had come from on high, again, these are supposedly at God's command. Supposedly it's already in there. They're not agreeing that it did come on high. He ordered them all to assemble together and unite in faith, abandoning the reverence of vain things, that means idols. They turned toward the living God, who had appeared to their father, Abraham. Again, this is according to Muhammad's own story. Muhammad legislated that they are not to eat carrion, not to drink wine, not to speak falsehoods, and not to commit adultery. They said, God promised that country to Abraham and his son after him for eternity, and what had been promised was fulfilled during that time when God loved Israel. Now, however, you are the sons of Abraham, and God shall fulfill the promise made to Abraham and his son to you. Only love the God of Abraham and go and take the country which God gave to your father Abraham. No one can successfully resist you in war since God is with you. I mean, very unlikely, but this might be what people are telling them. So they all went together from Havilah to Shur. And by the way, guess where this puts them? It puts them down in the Hijaz. They set out from Paran, the Paran Desert, being 12 tribes, moving in the order of precedence of the houses of the patriarchs of their tribe. And these would be the patriarchs of the Arabs. And of course, none of this, he's just kind of making this up to fill in. And these are the people of Ishmael. These are the sons of Ishmael, right? They reached the Moabite, Rabbath at the borders of Reuben's land. Byzantine army was encamped in Arabia. The Arabs fell upon them, suddenly struck them with the sword, put to flight. The Heraclius' brother, Theodos, they did actually, I am pretty sure that Heraclius' brother is mentioned in another, or not sure if it's his brother or cousin, or it's a Heraclean figure. And that might even be his name. I forgot when this happened. Then they turned and camped in Arabia. All the remnants of the sons of Israel then assembled and united, becoming a large force. So that would mean that the Jews joined them then. And then together they dispatched a message to the Byzantine emperor saying that God gave this country as ours, and to Abraham and his sons after him. We are the sons of Abraham. It's too much that you hold our country. Leave in peace. And we shall demand from you what you've seized, etc., etc. The emperor rejected this. None of this stuff happened. He did not provide a fitting response to the message, but rather said, the country is mine. Your inheritance is the desert. So go in peace to your country. And again, that this
so
part
you admit that he gets some you admit he gets some things wrong, Mary. So therefore we can't trust his source, and we should just not look at what it has to say.
I mean, that's what you do if you're. I mean, I looked at Fredegar, who's out in France. This guy's way up in Armenia and getting stuff wrong, right, and left. But pieces of this are
okay,
accurate.
yeah. So what is the relevance here, right? So what is the relevance? Ignore my little joke there.
Yeah.
The relevance is like, okay, so one thing that mythicists will say, one, they would say something along the lines of what I did, that he's not reliable, so you should just throw the source out. If they're being a little more honest, they'll say that he's just repeating information that someone else has told him. Yeah, but if someone else is telling him, what does that mean about this history? Or even if it's not correct, right? Even this history about the emerging Islamic movement, that it already exists and people are already spreading that history. And keep in mind, this is what, like 50 years, 60 years after the time of Muhammad. But then they'll simultaneously tell us that there's nothing about the supposed history of Muhammad until 200 years after he's dead.
30 years. That's 30 years.
We're only talking about 30 years even?
Yeah, that's 30 years.
And it's already spread far enough that people are getting misinformation about it.
Yeah.
Which means, I'm sorry to use logic here, but which means a lot of people must be telling this story, the supposed legend that supposedly is created a couple more generations down the line and then projected on the past. People are already telling it 30 years after the time of Muhammad. A lot of people are already telling it 30 years after the supposed time of Muhammad. I would say that fits a lot better with the idea that regardless of any mistakes, this information originates in a historical Muhammad, not a projection of a couple hundred years later.
This gets really funny because here they confuse the word Amir, which means a ruler or king, for a name. Their king, Amir, did not accompany them. But anyway, but these kind of conversations are the kinds of things that you have in embroidered accounts. The other ones don't have these kind of detailed conversations that are right. Who's witnessing this? What's happening? Why is anybody remembering this kind of thing?
So that's one thing to point out, right? That we can tell the difference between a, not all that credible source and a credible source based on this kind of information. But the other is that the non-credible version is an elaboration of something that came before it, which means what? That there's something before it. It's not just being created out of nowhere.
Yep.
Like we're kind of telling you, right? We're telling you how Christians, or sorry, not Christians, I misspoke. How historians do history, where they're analyzing the source on its own merits, right? This source is not a great source, but it is providing credibility for the core story. And then likewise, we'll look at, I don't think this is the last one you're looking at, we'll look at sources that are later that the historian will say are more credible than this particular source for various reasons. So it's not just about date, right? That's the point here. And Snoopy said 30 years after isn't a primary source. So in the terms of that historians use, it actually would be
this is a primary source because it's the first time this is written down. But I'm also working forward.
Right. So in historian terms, it would be a primary source. But if you say 30 years later is not a primary source, then congratulations, the Gospels aren't a primary source of Jesus's life and death and resurrection, because they're written, roughly speaking, about 30 years after those events take place. So
yeah, this is Tajikistan people who are coming back to Armenia. So these are Armenians returning from Tajikistan, where they were captured, who they're calling eyewitnesses. So anyway, they are not witnesses. They were in Tajikistan when it got overrun by the Muslims, and this is what they pieced together from the story and added to, and then what was relayed and got written down eventually. But anyway,
right.
The Arabs militarily routed both kingdoms, seizing from Egypt the Great Taurus Mountain. This probably means Tur, because that's what they call Mount Sinai. From the Western Sea, the Atlantic Ocean, to Media and Khuzistan, they emerged with the royal army and went to the natural borders of the holdings of Ishmael. Then the Arab king gave an order to assemble boats and many sailors and to navigate southwardly, going to east to Pars, Sagistan, to Sind, Shriman, and to the land of Turan, and Makroran, and to the borders of India. None of this happened. Like, they were not sailing across the sea. This is massive embroidery. The troops swiftly prepared and implemented their command. They burned every country, taking loot and booty. They've taken over the whole world. They returned and made expeditions on the waves of the sea to reach their own places. So it's very exaggerated. But it has elements. They know that they had a guy who had learned from the Jews and united the people supposedly at God's command. Now he turns to finding the Jewish rebels who wanted to rebuild the Temple of Solomon with the help of the Mujahirs. Locating the place called the Holy of Holies, they constructed a temple with a pedestal to serve as their place of prayer, but the Ishmaelites envied the Jews, expelled them from the place, named the same building their own place of prayer. The Jews built a temple for their worship elsewhere. Well, the Jews haven't built a temple elsewhere, so that's just not true. And yes, there was a hope that the Temple of Solomon would be rebuilt. And that was connected vaguely to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. But Robert said something that was completely true. The Dome of the Rock has no Qibla and is not a mosque. So at the time, super important, everybody, that Muqawiyah ordered the building of the Dome of the Rock. He did not have control of Mecca and Medina. Al-Zubair did. So guess where his people couldn't go, or else they would get killed? They had nowhere to go to Hajj. They had nowhere to kiss a stone. So he found, it's called the Dome of the Rock because there's a rocky outcropping. He found a rock for them to massage and caress onto the mount.
Let me check here, Mary.
Yeah?
Would this be similar to the site? I think it's in India where it's like pseudo Mecca that local people make pilgrimage to and treat like it's Mecca. So would it be kind of equivalent to that?
Well, except that he tried to get al-Zuri. So there is this one hadith that says, do not saddle your mount to go to any mosque except for Medina, Masjid al-Haram, which is in Mecca, or this mosque of mine, which is Medina, Masjid al-Haram, which is in Mecca, and Al-Aqsa is what he said. But these are just mosques. They're like, the word is just mosque, and only one of them is the thing that you circle around. Well, Muqawiyah wanted to get al-Zuri to endorse the view that this hadith meant that you could do tawaf at these places, not just that you could travel to them, but you could do Hajj proper, because he said just saddle a mount. It wasn't about Hajj. It isn't about the pilgrimage. It's about traveling to go to a place for a religious reason. But a Hajj is something more than just traveling to a place for a religious reason, right? And he wanted to make this glorious place that everyone would come to and they forget about Mecca. And he tried to manipulate some of the scholars into saying that's totally fine. But they wouldn't. Al-Zubair was controlling Mecca. Al-Zubair, whom Al-Hajjaj, Ibn al-Hajjaj, warred against, was controlling Mecca at this time. So they couldn't go. And so, yes, at the time that he began building it, he wanted it to be a rival to Mecca. It would also greatly increase the glamour of his kingdom. That right near, his capital is Damascus because it's a big city. Jerusalem was a pretty small town at that time, much smaller than it had been previously. And he wanted to have, but it would make this the center of the the Hajj and everything else, all the pilgrims would come there that have the pilgrimage money. It would be very beneficial in every way. He could not get Al-Zuri or any of the other reciters of a hadith to sign off on it. None of the scholars would sign off on this. And the Shia actually accused Al-Zuri of underwriting this, but he didn't. This is not in his ahadith. He never said this. The thing about saddling a mount to go to Al-Aqsa, it's almost certainly legit because it doesn't say Hajj. It doesn't say Tawaf. It doesn't say any of these things that you need it to say for you to do the circling there. But even though it wasn't the circling to forgive your sins and kiss the rock and everything, guess what people describe the Muslims as doing there? Going inside, putting oil on it, and walking around it in circles. They were circling it inside the Dome of the Rock. They were circling the rock because they're like, it's a rock. What do you do with it? You circle it. Like, literally. They
in other words, it was totally a substitute, black stone, right?
I mean, they didn't accept it as a legitimate substitute, but they were circling it because what else would you do at replacement temple? Like, this is a rebuilt temple. Like, Muslims today will deny it. It absolutely was a rebuilt temple. What should you do at it, even if it won't forgive your sins? Well, you circle the rock, because that's what you do at temples. You circle rocks. Like, that was the Muslim understanding. So anyway, so there were two different places. There was the Al-Aqsa. There's the Dome of the Rock. They are distinct. They're near each other. And then he tells this crazy story in which the Jews of Jerusalem slaughter a pig in Al-Aqsa Mosque and blame the Christians. But then the Arabs recognized the people they saw slaughtering the pig because they actually walked in on it early, and then killed the people responsible who were Jews, which also didn't happen. It's just a very silly story. But again, this is a distant story told by people who were very far away from it and were in no way eyewitnesses. They were out in Tajikistan, and they were said that they were telling you legitimately about what was happening in Jerusalem. They were not. Anyway, there is the Synod of 676 has a bunch of different rules for believers, including that legal cases in Christians be judged within the church. Those to be judged should not go outside the church before the pagans and non-believers. Though the wording is vague, Muslims must be chiefly meant. Why? Because they were the ones in charge. And Jews had similar warnings from their leaders giving to their followers. And again, Canon 14 is not appropriate for Christian women to consort with the pagans who are strangers to the fear of God. In context, that's anybody who isn't Christian. Just to be clear. There are other places where there are pagans who dress their dead in finery and wail for them, which should not be what Muslims are doing. And there are also probably still a few legitimate pagans hanging around. But this is inclusive of this. These pagans are inclusive of the Muslims here.
So again, a small little source
Yep.
by itself wouldn't provide much value, but
Yep.
is in agreement with the other sources.
So, they're talking about after Maximus. Okay, this guy hates Maximus the Confessor. He's Oriental Orthodox, and he's either Oriental, Assyrian Church of the East. He's something else. He's not Chalcedonian. He hates Maximus because he's writing this nasty biography that's just completely political against him because he's a Chalcedonian. And this guy is saying that after Maximus went up to Rome, Arabs seized control of the islands and entered Cyprus and Arwad, ravaging them, taking captives. They could gain control over Africa, subdued almost all the islands of the sea. For following the wicked Maximus, the wrath of God punished every place which had accepted his error. So it's saying that all the places that had bowed to Chalcedonianism are now being afflicted at this time. Then when he saw that Rome had accepted the foul mire of his blasphemies, they were Chalcedonian, he went to Constantinople at the time, and Muqawiyah made peace with the Emperor of Constance, having started a war with Abu Turab, that is Ali, the Emir of Hijra at Siffin, and defeated him. So there you go. This is just a sideways thing saying that Ali, one of the caliphs, one of the Rashidun caliphs, right? Muqawiyah is making war with him. Here you go. Here's a source. And Muqawiyah temporarily made peace with Constance so that he could go and defeat him, which we have elsewhere. And Maximus is awesome. I love Maximus the Confessor. He's cool. But this guy's not.
I think it was just a joke, right? Because like Maximus, how could you hate Maximus as opposed to Minimus or whatever, right? I think it was a joke, but maybe it was serious. Either way, Mary says she doesn't hate Maximus. He's awesome.
All right. This is the other.
So, yeah. So because this is a very important source, let me pause us for a second here. So Dr. Kufarophobia says, will you provide the PowerPoint? So I said I would ask you to do so. We'll get a link added to that in the video description afterwards. And then he asked, what do you think of the research of Ahmed al-Jalad?
It's great. And guess what he says? He says that the Quran was written in the Hijazi dialect. He also says that there's no evidence of polytheism in the northern inscriptions after 450 AD. And I agree that the people of the north had all converted to Christianity, Judaism, Zoroastrianism. There's nothing left.
And now, let me address this real quick. That is, you can't argue theology on historical grounds and present gaps as unfalsifiable or blah, blah, blah. Even Allah won't want this. You're the one. Okay, so this is very, very strange to me because he's kind of been conceding that you are presenting evidence. And I did make a comment. If a position is unfalsifiable, it's not a credible position. But I did so in regards to his comment. So it's very weird to me that he's saying that unless you have the whole thing, it's careful, right? So, we were talking and he was saying that you're making good points and that, the evidence does seem to fit your position unless the whole thing is carefully crafted heist, is what we may prove in time, but you can never disprove since you have finite material. So he's saying it could be a grand conspiracy that's just really, really credible, or really, really good, and we would never know. I said, if you have an unfalsifiable position, it's not a credible position to have.
What kind of nonsense is this that you imagine people even now, but back then, all of these sources all together, just all over across the world, they scatter these sources. Come on.
Yeah, again, it's a logical possibility, but it's also a logical possibility that the world was created a week ago with apparent age. And it's unfalsifiable, that claim that I just made, that the week's a world old. Or the world, yeah. You know what I meant to say. It's unfalsifiable. Just like your position of there being some vast conspiracies unfalsifiable. Well, great, but that doesn't make it a credible theory just because you can't falsify it. You actually need evidence for your position, not to say, well, all this seems to be compatible with there being actual history behind it, but we just don't know because we don't have there's only a finite amount of material, so we just don't know. I could still be right. Let's try to be serious, right? Let's try to have a higher standard than just it's a logical possibility before we adapt a position. Let me take a super chat before we continue as well.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
You're in good shape. You're in good shape. You're going to have lots of wealth. Tennis Bralux says, Thaddeus is both encouraging and humbling. I appreciate that very much. People who've watched plenty of programs will know that I can be aggressive and stand up to rude callers or whatnot when I need to. But my general idea here is that I have an actual position of strength, whether we're talking about the falsity of Islam or today we're talking about the history of Muhammad. So there's no reason to sit there and do a bunch of rhetoric to project strength, because I'm so confident in my position that I'm open to dialogue. Right? So that's what I try to portray. And I thank you kindly for those words and encouragement. And one more super chat from DR Bales.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
Definitely repeat these words as often as possible. Jizya for the channel. Allah will pay off all your debts or some such. We do have Einstein on the chat now, and thank you for your financial support, TR. Back to you, Mary, for the pilgrimage account of Arculf, which is a very important source. One that is a particular favorite of Mel, for example.
Yes, it is. So Mel believes that this source, which for some reason he just recently discovered, even though this is on the standard list and has been for many years, and I read the whole thing years ago, he has just discovered this source, at least parts of it that he hadn't read before. And it's a pilgrimage account. The point is a description of the Holy Land. It's part of a larger account that's just a description of the Holy Land. And one dude, right in the description of the Holy Land is taking what somebody who came back from the Holy Land told him in the 870s. Excuse me, in the 670s, rather. Goodness. And he says, and the 670s is a little bit questionable because I think that it's actually dated to this because of the mention of Muqawiyah. I'm not sure that that's necessarily a legitimate dating strategy, but let's let it be. Why not? We'll let it be anyway.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't say that's written 200 years later or something. So it would be a small disagreement.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you don't actually need Muqawiyah to be the current caliph. It could be a later caliph, and he's the more recent famous one. I would say anywhere to 7.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. It could be in the vicinity, but you're not going to be dating it, 870 or something.
No. I would date it in the Umayyad Caliphate for sure. Okay. So here is the direct quick quote. In that famous place where once stood the magnificently constructed temple near the eastern wall, the Saracens now frequent a rectangular house of prayer which they have built in a crude manner, constructing it from raised planks and large beams over some remains of ruins. This house can, as it's said, accommodate at least 3,000 people. Now, this is Al-Aqsa Mosque. Al-Aqsa is not the Dome of the Rock. They're two different structures, both on Temple Mount in two different places, and they're two different types of building. One is a mosque. The other one is a replacement for the temple, actually, is what it is. So he calls them elsewhere unbelieving Saracens or the infidel church of the Saracens, depending on how you want it translated. Two translations that say different things. So there is this, and that's talking about the takeover. At this point, it was only part of the cathedral in Damascus. It's in the context of the Cathedral of Damascus. Now, it mentions a king of the Saracens called Mavius, which is likely Muqawi after much corruption. Here's the funny thing. MH or MD or MHMT is incredibly close to Muhammad. It's the consonantal text of Muhammad, or with a T instead of a D. Mavius versus Muqawiyah. Not very similar. Mavius, Muqawiyah. But Mel does not hesitate in this identification. Nope, definitely Muqawiyah. Gonna be him. So you have a process where you crank up your incredulity for something you don't want to believe, and then you crank it way down for something that you do.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a problem.
And just to be clear, this is not an accusation. This is something very, very easy to do subconsciously. Right? It's not suggesting that someone has purposely manipulated the data. It's just something that's easy to do. Naturally, anything that agrees with what you've already decided based on other factors is the explanation that fits with what you already believe is going to be way easier to accept, generally speaking.
Okay, and then here is the bit that he says proves without a question the Muqawiyah was absolutely Christian. We have to understand any account in its context. This is a pilgrimage account. Whenever the pilgrims went to places, they had tour guides who spoke to them. This is a Latin-speaking person. The people around them spoke Greek and Aramaic, but this is a Latin-speaking guy. Does not speak Greek or Aramaic. He's Arculf from France, so he has a Latin-speaking tour guide who's telling him all this stuff. So, among other things, which he believes quite willingly, is that they have the Holy Grail.
Mm-hmm.
And that the Holy Grail is made of silver. Here is the cup of the Lord, which he blessed and gave with his own hands with the apostles on the supper, in the supper on the day before he suffered, and as he and they sat with meat with one another. The cup is silver because, Jesus would totally have a silver cup to drink out of. All right? Totally legitimate. Holding the measure of a French court, and has two little handles placed on it, and that's his estimate. Had two little handles placed upon it, one on either side. And this cup also is a sponge. And those who are crucifying the Lord filled with vinegar, filled the same cup with vinegar, and putting it on hyssop, offered, wrong way. Dang it. Right, there we go.
You failed, Mary.
I did fail. Now I have to scoot it over without turning it. There we go. Now let go. No. Here we go.
Mary is humiliating
his mouth. Yeah. And put it in his mouth. From this same cup, as it said, the Lord drank after his resurrection as he sat at meat with the apostles. So now it's the Holy Grail. It's the cup of the Last Supper, and it's what he drank out of later. The sainted Arculf saw it and touched it with his own hand and kissed it through the opening of the perforated cover of the case in which it is concealed. Indeed, the whole people of the city resort greatly to this cup with immense veneration. You know what? This cup wasn't here like 200 years before. And it wasn't here after. It was a temporary thing set up. And there are these stories all the time. I talked about the sewing basket of Mary, right? Right. They're going on relic
so it's an article for devotion and whatnot. But I don't understand why you're reading all this. Maybe eventually I'll see something.
You will.
But
you
so
will.
far,
so you need. These are totally legitimate. You've got to believe this is legitimate.
Well, I mean,
the story is going to be legitimate next, right? Totally legitimate.
I mean, I assume it's a legitimate story in that.
Well, no, I mean
the traveler Arculf encountered this object.
Oh yeah, he did. That his tour guide told him this totally reliable information about. So Arculf saw that the spear of the soldier also saw the spear of the soldier which he smote through the left side of the Lord as he hung on the cross. Totally legitimate. Totally know where that spear is. Totally have a history of people knowing where that
it's the
spear
same spear that you can go to a museum today and see, right?
Yeah, definitely. Then next, the napkin with which the head of the Lord was covered and the sepulchre. And this is not the shroud of Turin. This is supposed to be the napkin that only covered his face. As to the sacred napkin which was placed upon the head of the Lord in the sepulchre, that means the grave, we learn from the narrative of the sainted Arculf, who inspected it with his own eyes, that there's this elaborate story. So, Jesus rose from the dead. A trustworthy, believing Jew stole it from his sepulcher and hid it in his house for a long time. And yeah.
I was like, yep. Just
yep.
Like that sounds good. Good.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure that there is an object there, and I'm sure this is the story being told. I have no reason to doubt the story is being told.
Yep.
But of course, the story itself is not credible.
No, the story's not credible. And oh, hang on. Whoop. Hang on. Don't do that.
I still don't. I mean,
you'll get it in a second.
Sure, but I still don't know why Mel would want to go to this passage, right?
You'll see. And then it was found after the lapse of many years. So he hid it, and then
he wrote a little note
this is
saying,
why,
"This
because
is
it's 3 years ago.
The burial cloth I stole from Jesus, who I don't believe is the Messiah." Anyway.
So, and it was hidden for many years. People had no idea about it until 3 years before Arculf. So it has been hidden.
Wait. So
yes.
The burial cloth or napkin, whatever, of Jesus was hidden from the year 30 until the year 667 or so.
Yeah.
And then it was miraculously refound just 3 years before he came to visit.
Well, it's supposed to be.
What's the problem with this?
Well, it came to it was passed down from father to son in complete secret until 3 years ago. So
okay, so it wasn't miraculously refound,
right.
but they went public with the information 3 years ago. Okay, got it.
So with each generation, well, the happy faithful thief. So the first guy says that, my sons, I will bequeath to one of you everything that I have, and then to the other, I will give you the napkin of the Lord. Which would you like to have? And the most faithful and pious one said,
give me the napkin.
Give me the napkin.
Noted.
So the one who wished to receive all his sire's wealth got it on a promise made to him of the will, but then all of his patrimony, because he sold the Lord's napkin for wealth, he lost everything.
Oh,
and then the one who chose the napkin instead, he became rich.
Yes, because he's very devoted to the napkin.
And thus was it handed down over and over again. And every time to the 5th generation. So these people lived a really, really long time, by the way. Because remember, they've lived more than 100 years each. Like, what? Yeah, that is not possible. Right? So after the 5th generation, now remember, these people have been Christian for 640 years at this point. But then it comes.
Yeah. 5 generations. I mean, that's like 100 years or something.
Well, no. It's until the present. It should be a bit more than 100 years. You should figure.
Okay,
yeah. Years
plus,
between generations.
Maybe that I mean, they could. Okay, let's just say 30 years. So 150, and then like a little bit more. So maybe like 175 years or something.
But no, it's 600 and.
Yeah, I mean, small discrepancy. Small discrepancy.
Yeah. Anyway, and this is the kind of thing that you see in fabricated stories. They don't bother with the details because these people aren't doing the math. They just aren't. So the Jews are unworthy of this office I guess just because they're ethnic Jews here, they got greatly enriched, but then an accurate narrative about the Lord's napkin having spread among the people, the believing Jews began to contend bravely with the unbelieving Jews about the sacred linen cloth, desiring with all their might to obtain possession of it. And the strife that arose divided the common people of Jerusalem into two parties, the faithful believers and the faithless believers. After 640 years, would the once Jews identify as Jews? Absolutely.
To the best of my knowledge, the Messianic Jew label is a modern thing, not something that was happening in the 600s.
Yes. And it is absolutely ludicrous. This whole thing is absolutely ludicrous. Why would
well, I mean, obviously the whole thing is absolutely ludicrous. I don't know why you're focusing on that small detail there, Mary. I mean, the whole thing is absolutely
ludicrous. Upon this, Muqawiyah, the king of the Saracens, was appealed to by both parties to adjudicate between them. And he said to the unbelieving Jews who were persistently retaining the Lord's napkin, how did they get the Lord's napkin in the first place? Right? How did they get it?
Well, and why would they even want it? Wait, if they're unbelieving, it has no special value to them. But
right.
Okay, whatever.
To take it from the believing Jews, because I don't even know. Anyway, so then they have him say, give the sacred linen cloth which you have into my hand. In obedience to the king's command, they brought it forth from the casket and placed it in his bosom, receiving it with great reverence.
Wait. In the casket, are they saying that?
No, a casket means a small box.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, it doesn't mean like a coffin.
A burial box. Gotcha. Continue.
Yep. And placed it in his bosom, receiving it with great reverence. The king ordered a great fire to be made in the square before all the people, and while it was burning fiercely, he rose and going up to the fire, addressed the contending parties in a loud voice. Now let Christ, Savior of the world, who suffered for the human race, upon whose head this napkin, yes, that's why, which I now hold in my bosom, as to which you are now contending, was placed in the sepulchre. Judge between you by this flame of fire, so that you may know which of these two contending hosts this great gift most worthily may be entrusted. Because this is put in the mouth of Muqawiyah, this event that never happened. They wouldn't say that unless he was really a Christian. That is the level of his argument.
Okay. That's okay. So apparently Alexander the Great was actually a Muslim now.
Yeah, Alexander the Great was definitely actually a Muslim because, Muslim things were put in his mouth. Or he was actually a Christian because in some sources he's made a Christian.
Oh, yeah. Forget Muslim because, right, that's kind of what was at dispute. But the sources from which the Quran draws from are saying that Alexander the Great was a true Christian warrior, or at least, Jewish, because obviously he's before the time of Christ. But he was a true warrior of the true God. And that's why he was able to do the things that are in the Alexander romances, such as traveling to the ends of the earth and passing judgment over all the people, and building the wall against the unbelieving horde, and so on and so forth. So apparently that proves that Alexander was indeed a true prophet of God.
And he gives prophecies about Jesus in that. But this is the same level of this. The point is actually that he is supposed to be a neutral third party. But because the Christian tour guide is telling the story, he couldn't help but put all of these Christianity affirming phrases in his mouth. This is a tour guide who is telling stories.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it is, right? So the non-Christian, I mean, he couldn't be a neutral third party if he was a believing Jew, right? So the neutral third party.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not. If he was Christian, if he was a believer in the Christian sense, he couldn't be this.
I know, Barry, but the only two groups are the believing Jews, which are obviously Christians, and non-believing Jews, which are.
Well, no, he says he's a Saracen, the king of the Saracens. Muqawiya as the
Oh,
king
so
of
what?
Saracens.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. So what Mel is arguing is this says that Saracen means Christian. Is that what he's
No,
arguing?
he's arguing that Muqawiya is a Christian because of this phrase. Because of the now
Because
let
the
Christ
phrase
Savior of the world, etc., etc.
Okay,
What
okay,
I-
that is what I was going to get at, Mary. Then you should
Yeah.
have just let me finish. So this neutral third party who's not taking the side of the believing Jews, which are obviously Christians, even if they're ethnically Jewish, even though there is no Messianic Jew, whatever, they're Christians, right? And so neutral, advocating between Jewish people and Christian people, in spite of himself, right? This is what the story actually is, kind of. In spite of himself, he affirms the deity and truth of Christ, even though he's supposed to be a neutral third party. And this is proof that he was actually a Christian.
Right. He's saying that this is proof that, but in the context of the story, he's being appealed to as a neutral third party who is.
I know,
able
and
to
then he doesn't
adjudicate-
act like a neutral third party.
But then he doesn't act like one because the storyteller let his enthusiasm get away with himself. Because he wants to say all these things and he'd love for the Muslims to actually say these things. This story just means that he thought Arculf would believe it. That's what the story means.
Mm-hmm.
Saying this, he threw the sacred napkin of the Lord into the flames, but the fire could not touch it. It began to fly high like a bird. And then it eventually came
Okay,
to
so
rest.
actually, hold on, Mary. Let me propose an alternate here. I think that you're right, but let me just propose an alternate anyway. So he was actually mocking the Christians when he said that, let Christ advocate or whatever, right? Because he's not a believer. He's mocking them. And then he throws it into the fire thinking it will be destroyed, and it's not destroyed. And thus the story gets told. You see, I mean, if you're just going to change the story to be whatever you want it to be, I would say that's plenty plausible enough that he's mocking them when he says, let Christ be the judge, throws it into the fire, and then miraculously it isn't burnt because it's the real napkin of Jesus or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're just making stuff up, that's at least as good.
Well, I mean, like, they're deciding who gets to have it. Here, the Jews here aren't even arguing that it was not on the face of Jesus. They're saying we should have it. Just to be clear, that's how silly the story is.
Yep.
The Jews are just saying we should have it, like the unbelieving Jews.
For no reason. They don't even want it. Why would they even want it, right?
Because they hate the Christians. That's the story. Jews hate the Christians. They don't want them to have anything nice, so they just want it. That's the story. So they're trying to contend over who's going to have it, right? So it flies around and it slowly descends under the guidance of God while the Christians are praying earnestly to Christ. And so then it's settled in their bosom. It arrived on it came to the Christians, and they raised their hands to heaven and bent their knees with great gladness and gave thanks to Christ to receive the Lord's napkin with great honor, a gift to be venerated. They render praises in their hymns to Christ who gave it, and cover it up in another linen cloth and put it away in the casket of the church. So, and then they change it from a napkin to an entire shroud, but that's just
So Ruff says, no, Jesus is there. Maybe. All right, because now they're like handing him gifts. Thank you, Jesus, for giving us your burial cloth. Have some gifts in return. So, wow. I'm sorry. But anyone who would appeal to this passage as like some kind of great evidence of anything other than that a ridiculous story existed at the time of Arculf, in contradiction to all the other evidence that we presented today as some kind of proof that the so-called Muslim leaders were actually Christians, I don't know how I'm supposed to take that seriously, right? Because imagine that this source, the same story was told, and it was described as a Muslim king who was, amazed at the Christian confirmation or something. They would say there's zero credibility to this story. Why in the world would you go to this source?
Yep. But because they put these silly words in his mouth that, of course, he did not say and would not say because, A, this never happened. Oh, but why would they have him say it if it's so against his name? Because he's a tour guide and he says all kinds of ridiculous things. These tour guides were showing people the sewing basket of Mary.
He's so messy, right?
They were telling
I
him
mean,
all
yeah,
kinds of
obviously,
things.
obviously he's telling a grand tale, right? He's telling a grand tale about the awesome artifacts that they're witnessing and saying, yeah, you're so blessed to have come all this direction and see our beautiful holy napkin. And here's the proof that it's the real napkin of Jesus. I think that's the purpose of the story, really, is to affirm that this is the real napkin of Jesus.
And that it was affirmed in the sight of the Jews. And excuse the fact that it wasn't here a few years ago. This,
yep.
You know, if you go back and people are like, I didn't see
right.
that.
I mean, the fact that right. I mean, that's probably why this story is being told at this particular time, right? Like maybe a pilgrim came 20 years ago, and then you'll go back and be like, there was no holy napkin there. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Right. So they have to come up with this story how it just appeared a few years ago.
And look what
After
else
5
you can
generations see. Lasting 650 years.
You can see another linen cloth of larger size. The other size was a wrong size, by the way, because it would be absolutely enormous. And obviously this is not absolutely enormous. But anyway, the Arculf also saw in the city of Jerusalem another cloth of larger size, which, as it is said, Saint Mary wove, and which on that account is held in great reverence by the church and all the people. And this linen cloth she wove the forms of the 12 apostles, the likenesses of the likeness of the Lord himself. One side of the linen cloth is of red color, while the opposite side is green. So, like, you're being told.
She wove. So Mary, according to, let me just. I'm just trying to make sure I understood the thing here, right? So she, let's say it's a tapestry, basically. She wove a great tapestry with the portraits of the 12 apostles and Jesus.
And Jesus, yep. And they totally saw it. It was totally legit. And yeah, it is completely painful, the nonsense that people do. I mean, you go to the Holy Land now, guess what? They're going to sell you totally legitimately a tree that Jesus prayed under. Here is its olive. This is carved from its olive wood.
Mm-hmm.
It's a scam. These tour guides back then.
In a way, this is reassuring to know that there was 7th century tour scams, tourist traps, just the way there is today.
But a lot of people go, expecting to see really exciting things. So it's the tour guides who tell them the exciting things that they're ready to see. They get hired.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't get, honestly, the honest places. So, and here we go. Look at that. You get a rock that has the marks of Jesus' knees in them.
Okay.
When he was praying in Gethsemane.
Is this like the rock that Moses beat? That you can see the
basically that are carved out. Yeah, I mean, these are all just stories.
Why would Jesus kneeling on a rock create an indent?
I don't know. And why would he choose to kneel on a rock when he could kneel on the dirt? Don't know that either.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was soft ground, and that's what made an indent. But it turned into a rock, over a period of 100,000 years or whatever amount of time it would take to turn into rock. I mean, as long as 5 generations can be 650 years.
And you can totally go to a cave in the rock of the Mount of Olivet, and you can find a table that Jesus totally sat at.
Uh-huh. At least that's just a table. At least it's not Jesus's knee prints in a rock.
Yeah, I mean, and again, what was the point of the story? The point of the story was that this neutral third party affirmed it. Did he bork up the details and make the neutral third party a whole lot less neutral? Yes, because he just really wanted to portray him that way.
Well, I mean, the story's made up to begin with.
Yeah, the story's made up to begin with. But the point of the story is that it's supposed to be a neutral third party, but he couldn't stop himself. He just had to embroider more. So anyway.
So I mean, again, I find this almost completely mind-baffling that someone would reject all the sources that you went through up until this point, and like a couple of them, definitely there'd be good reason to reject, but reject all the sources that you came up with to this point, and then say this story about this obviously fictitious event to justify this obviously fictitious artifact of Jesus is somehow proof of anything.
Yeah.
Like,
And Mel
it
completely
just blows my
crashed
mind
out.
that somehow this is a great piece of evidence.
Yeah. Mel completely crashed out over me saying that Arculf identified them as being the group as having anti-Christ theology because they are called unbelieving / having an infidel church.
I mean, I will say it's a kinder portrait than many of the other sources, but I mean, that's not justification for concluding that they're basically just Christians.
Well, especially if he explicitly says they're unbelieving.
Yeah. Right.
Which he explicitly does.
It might not be like, so I don't know how much more you're going to go into in Arculf, but if you read the whole thing, right, he paints a picture that, I mean, they're just incidental side characters, like just on the periphery of the story, but he paints a picture that they seem to be pretty friendly. They're not like in open war trying to kill the people of Jerusalem or whatever. But that's not the same thing as saying that they're Christians when he explicitly says they're not.
Yeah.
He explicitly says they're unbelievers. So, yeah, it's a friendlier picture. Probably because they actually were friendlier because they understood the value of the tourists coming to the area, and they didn't want to get rid of all the income that the tourists are providing.
Yeah, and they would charge them directly. So you come pay your jizya and get to see the stuff.
Yep.
Oh, there's even more footprints of Jesus to be seen and things like that. Like, and he wasn't focusing. He was focusing on all the stuff his tour guide was telling him. He couldn't even speak the language. So unless they like smacked him or spoke in a very loud and harsh voice, he wouldn't know what they were saying. Mm-hmm. He spoke Latin. So.
But I mean, I'm fully willing to believe that the Muslims living in this area were friendlier than Muslims living in other areas. Because again, it provides financial benefit to them. But it doesn't mean they're Christians just because they're friendly.
Yep. So we have one from Athanasius of Balad who says that who is a churchman condemning the Christians who take part with pagans in feasts, and wretched women who mingle anyhow with pagans unlawfully and indecently, and at all times eat without distinction from their sacrifices. And they're talking about that they should they are going astray in their neglect of the prescriptions and exhortations of the apostles, who would often cry out about this to those who believe in Christ. They should distance themselves from fornication, from what is strangled, and from blood, from the food of pagan sacrifices, lest they be the associates of demons and of their unclean table. So, how is every animal killed under Islamic law? You say Allahu Akbar and then kill them. So every animal is sacrificed to the God of the Muslims, who is identified as what here?
Well, I'm not sure which phrase you're referring to specifically, but my favorite phrase here was associates of demons.
Yes, demons. So Allah is being called a demon here. They are sacrificing their animals to demons. And now people are like, oh,
I mean, if the people doing the sacrifices are the associates of the demon, then I guess the thing they're sacrificing to is the demon. Yep, I checked out. Allah is the demon. This is clearly, they're just Christians with slightly different views.
What? No. This is saying that, this here is saying that Christians are hanging around the Muslims and eating their halal food with them that have been sacrificed to demons, aka
What I'm saying, sorry, Mary, you misunderstood my sarcasm.
Okay,
my sarcasm was that clearly the Muslims in this portrayal are just Christians with a slightly different point of view.
Because that's what you call your God. If you have a slightly different point of view, you call your God a demon.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I want to point that one out because this is another one. Yeah, and so that's another one that I've heard the Nomo crowd try to twist. Oh, they only do sacrifices once a year. Muslims aren't doing the same thing. No, every time they kill an animal, they say Allahu Akbar. Why don't you guys like realize that this is what they do every time they kill an animal? They kill it to
Oh, I
Allah.
see.
Every animal is sacrificed to Allah in some sense. Islamic food is sacrificed to demons. Like in the view
I
of the
see.
church,
So,
they would be, yeah.
they're saying that this is a description of Eid, right? They're saying that this is a description of Eid, which only happens once a year, but they're saying that it happens all the time, so they must not be Muslims or
right.
whatever.
You got it.
Yeah. That thought didn't even occur to me.
Yep, I know. It wouldn't have occurred to me until I heard somebody say it. I forgot who said it, but it makes sense.
If I was like trying to do Muhammad mythism, I would just ignore that.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, must be talking about, or they go, it can't be talking about Muslims at all. It must be talking about some other pagans who are right around here.
Well, yeah, there could be other pagans doing sacrifices, I suppose. Right, that's probably what I would say. It's just some other pagans doing sacrifices.
Yeah. So this is an account that is to the year 705. So it stops in 705. It attempts to give a chronicle of the Arabs along with a standard chronicle of history. So Muhammad came upon the earth in 932 of Alexander, son of Philip the Macedon. So that's 620, 621. Then he reigned 7 years. So this is attempting to give when he showed up in Medina, but is off a little bit. And here it only gives him 7 years. So he's well dead at the time that the campaigns are happening here. Umar, or thereafter reigned Abu Bakr for 2 years, and he's given the last part of Muhammad's reign. And thereafter him reigned Umar for 12 years, and thereafter him reigned Uthman for 12 years. And they were without a leader during the War of Siffin for 5.5 years.
Mary, this document doesn't exist. I'm sorry, this document doesn't exist. It says Abu Bakr, and it says Umar, and it says Uthman, and we know that there's no sources for any of these people. So this.
Well, you see, it was written in 705, so it's 5 years after, into the 8th century.
It's 8th century. It's 8th century, Mary.
That's what they do with it. And look, it says that Muhammad only reigned 7 years. Where is the 23 years? No, it's saying that he's arriving in Medina because they know when the Islamic dating, like the Hijra dates, were well established by then, and that's where Muhammad's reign began, in Medina. He wasn't reigning in Mecca, so Muhammad had reign beginning when Hijra, right?
The first part of his career, he wasn't reigning in any sense of the term.
Right. And yeah, they don't know when Abu Bakr reigned. They don't really know much about him. Anyway.
Well, they made a mistake. Therefore, they don't mention Abu Bakr. There's no evidence Abu Bakr existed because they have his reign wrong.
And by the way, as Jack Ray mentioned, this is absolutely damning for anybody who goes, no, this is the same God. Because how many people have we gone through who were Christians who believe they worship the same God? Do not. So then it says they were without a leader during the War of Siffin for 5.5 years. Oh, it doesn't have the correct. No, they didn't have a singular leader because Muqawiyah and our buddy Ali were at war for this 5.5 years, the first fitna. This is accurate. They're calling it the War of Siffin rather than the first fitna because they're not using Islamic terms. Anyway, then
they didn't use Islamic terms. It doesn't count.
Then you have Muqawiyah for 20 years, and some of this is a little bit there. There was some really fast turnover in there that kind of got lost and messed up. But anyway, you get to Abdul Malik here, who's the next longer term. But again, there's some uncertainty with the parts that are kind of mucky and they reign for very, very short time.
I mean, actually, this source is actually very informative, right, of how history works. If you could go back for just a second.
Oh, sorry.
Here.
Yep.
So, right, this is written in 705 I mean, maybe you could argue 706, whatever. It's written right there, right? And it knows about the recent past with imperfect details, but it knows the important aspects of the recent past. Like you said that there was a fast turnover that I missed, like someone ruled half a year or something, and I missed that, right? But that's not an important detail. And it gets the reign of the Muslim caliphs slightly wrong. And this is someone, right? Someone might come to this and say, well, it gets things wrong, therefore it's not trustworthy. We can't say that it knows anything about anything. Let's just throw it out. And oh, look, now there's no mention of Abu Bakr until the 9th century or whatever, right? Which is absolutely a claim that I've heard Jay make, that there's no mention of any of the rightly guided caliphs until the 9th century. Because any source that has mentioned it, they've come up with a reason why that source is not reliable, thrown it out, therefore it doesn't exist. But that's not how you do history, right? No historian would go to that document and say, well, the reigns don't quite line up right, therefore the reigns didn't exist, therefore the people it mentions didn't exist.
So notice
the process of reconstructing dates and fine details is difficult, but that doesn't change the overarching story.
And notice it said they were 1 year without a leader that was just shoved in there. But no, look, there were 2 kings in there that they missed. Why'd they miss them? Because they reigned like from November of 683 until May of 685. So together, they reigned less than 2 years. So they got missed. This is
less than a year and a half, in fact.
Yeah, this is a fairly typical kind of source. And then the next 2 guys they have. So, like, this is not a troubling lack of specificity. This is the kind of data that you have normally in histories. This is the way the historical sources work. So, whoops. Right here, there you have it. It's next on 3.5 years, and then here you missed the 2. And they just got shoved in the margin. They didn't have a leader for 1 year just to try to make the numbers work, right?
Yeah. Which, I mean, so what you can conclude probably is they didn't have information on that period of time. They noticed there was a year missing, give or take. And so they came up with an explanation why there's no ruler in that year, because they didn't have any information on it. And so they didn't have one. That's a perfectly reasonable reconstruction of how this text came to be. And that's how historians fill in the gaps, right? They don't say, oh, look, there's a gap, therefore there's a infinite possibility of conspiracy of what could have happened in this period.
And so you have to treat sources reasonably. And that's just a pattern that is not, that you do not see in the people who are the Nomo crowd. So Jacob of Edessa's Chronicon is the very last source that we will deal with. And it says, and Muhammad went down for the purposes of traffic. Goes down for the purposes of traffic to the country of Palestine and Arabia and of Phoenicia and of Tyre. Did he go to Phoenicia and Tyre? No, he didn't. The kingdom of the Arabs, whom we call Tayyaye, began when Heraclius, king of the Romans, had reached his 11th year. Khosrow, the king of Persians, his 81st year. This is 621, 622. One manuscript also reads for this date, first king of the Arabs, Muhammad, was appointed for 7 years for the same date. And so that was a later gloss, but it's the Muhammad before, it's Muhammad again. The 7 years is being added in there. Then in one copy, the Saracens began to make incursions of the land of Palestine. And so this might be Hijra at that point. And then the same, because Hijra was fairly close to the Roman limes, although not actually on it. The same manuscript reads, the second of the Arabs, Abu Bakr, reigns for 2 years and 7 months, has additional information that the other one didn't, so it's not a straight up copy. And he's still assigned to the last years of Muhammad's reign again. And then the third of the Arabs, Umar, son of Khattab, for 12 years. Umar killed and the fourth reigned Uthman for 12 years. The kingdom of the Arabs was divided in two after this, and the city of Yathrib. So they got where Ali is totally wrong. Ali for 5 years, and Syria, that's correct, Muqawiyah. And then the fifth ruler of the Arabs is Muqawiyah alone for 20 years. But this whole Ali in one place and Muqawiyah in a different one is correct. That is correct. They just didn't know where Ali was. So these are the kinds of histories that you would expect. And they are...
Yeah, so let me just make this clear again, right? So we got two possibilities here. Possibility one is that historical events took place and people writing about them sometimes get details wrong. Possibility number two is that none of this history took place. People created a story long after the fact, projected it back onto the past, and couldn't keep their story straight, and or purposely made their story confusing and inaccurate because they were some kind of grand geniuses who thought this was a great idea to fool later historians after the idea of the historical method develops in the 19th or 20th century. Yeah, you decide, right? So I guess you got three possibilities. One is that there was actual history. Two is that there was an incompetent conspiracy that somehow no one noticed. Or number three is that there was the most genius conspiracy in world history that somehow foresaw the rise of historical criticism in the that would happen 1100 years later. So those are your possibilities.
And that's basically it. And all these people telling you there are no sources. No, what they're saying is, I refuse to allow the sources. I've
thrown out all the sources.
I've thrown them all out. I've come with excuses to throw them all out, and I will tell you they don't exist, but it is not true.
Right. So if, let's just say J. Smith, right, if J. Smith spoke at churches and went on general interest Christian YouTube channels and whatnot, and said there aren't any credible sources, I would say, okay, he's wrong. But what he actually does, it goes on and says there's absolutely no source. There's no mention. And then he makes numerous other blatantly false claims as well. And thus, I have a hard time seeing how this is not highly deceptive. To go on and say that no source exists when you know full well sources exist and would be accepted by mainstream atheist scholars, mainstream Christian scholars of Islam, and so forth, and just act like all that exists is the Islamic narrative that's invented in the 9th century. So I mean, this is why we chose to take this on now, is because I just don't see how it's anything but deceptive. And even if somehow it's not intentionally deceptive, and again, I'm allowing the possibility that it's self-deception, that Jay doesn't understand what he's doing, it is a very bad look for Christians when they're making these claims. Yeah, most people won't check it out, right? And definitely there's a possibility that it will cause some Muslims to be uneasy about it. But you know what? Part of the reason why my Christian faith, I'm so certain in it, is because I encountered all kinds of claims of the similar type of fashion about Christian history. And they might have caused me doubts when I first heard them, or all kinds of claims about the Bible, and it was purposely mistranslated, or there's this contradiction or whatever. And I took that claim, and that claim made me feel uneasy. It made me doubt to an extent. But I didn't just say, oh, well, someone said this claim. I said, well, let me see, right? Let me see whether this claim is credible or not. And what I found every single time I encountered a claim that I not heard in the past and made me uneasy when I did the research, either the claim was complete and utter nonsense invented out of nowhere, or the claim was an obvious distortion of the text, or the claim had some degree of of credibility, but it wasn't what the person had claimed about it. And thus, it's like, I now have complete confidence that if I hear some claim I've never heard before, it's not going to hold up. And what does that mean in context of Muslims? Yes, you might cause some Muslims to doubt. Maybe some will be too lazy to ever go and look at it. Many will just push it aside and say, whatever, I don't care. I believe in Islam despite having this doubt. Others will go and research and do the effort and determine that J. Smith is full of crap. So why in the world would I ever trust a Christian saying anything? I bet you almost everyone in this chat will not trust a Muslim on anything claim they make. Why? Because you have lots of experience of them bringing false claims. What do you think it means when Muslims have experience of Christians bringing false claims? They don't trust Christians. It's not a good look for us. All right. Your thoughts, Mary.
And those are exactly my thoughts. I want to address something very quickly for the other claims that, we never have anything written of the caliphs. Well, we actually have physical inscriptions remarking on the death of Umar and Uthman with the date of their deaths given in Al-Hira dates.
Actually, Mary, before you skip the specifics, this is great because I saved this question from Cargo Crew from my aunt earlier, and it's kind of directly related. Can you answer, Mary, why are the victims of Islam during 630 to 700 AD have no tangible artifacts? The odds of very little, there's no archaeology or monument or physical object affirming any of this. It's just a lie, right, Mary? That there's no artifacts.
So, and the earliest one is during Muhammad's lifetime. There's a Hanzala, inscription of Hanzala, one of Muhammad's own companions in Taif. And it sounds monotheistic because it does call to Allah, but you can't say really for sure whether or not it is for certain. Like it maybe Allah is still a pagan god here. Can't tell absolutely for sure. But Hanzala is a companion of Muhammad, and it's Bismillah stuff at the beginning, and he's signing it. So, yeah, that's very strong evidence for the narrative because of its location. Taif is close to Mecca. The first after Hijra dating document that survives, don't know how much earlier it was, is in 642. It's already using, and that's 1 year after the conquest, pretty much as early as it could show up in Egypt. And Egypt's the only place you're going to get papyrus surviving pretty much because it's the only place dry enough where people are living. You have to have people there, and it has to be dry enough. And that pretty much leaves you with Egypt. And you have the after Hijra dating there already. You have a graffito in one place marking the death of Umar, a graffito in the other marking the reign of Uthman occurring in the same, that first Umar died, and in another place, someone else wrote, Uthman is beginning to reign. And then you have the inscription of Muqawiyah.
Just to be clear, this is the year 10, right? This is the year 10 in the Hijra calendar.
No,
10 and 12.
It's 22.
Oh, 22.
22, yeah. Because Hijra starts
20 and 22.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 22. I don't know why I did 32 in my head, but right. So it's the year 20 and the year 22. Yes.
Right. Whoops. And that conventional date should not actually. I have a mistake, everyone. I have a mistake. Here we go. There. From current slide. There. This one has the AH dating. And the Dimat. Basically, you guys are Demis, inscription of Muqawiyah, which Robert Spencer said is not evidence that there's anything like Islam then, because he wrote it because he looked at a translation that called it protection. No, Dimitude is not protection. It is humiliation. The humiliation of Allah for other people. This is about subjugation. It's not about some neutral. It is a technical Islamic term about the humiliation of people who are not Muslim, and it is in that inscription. So you have the humiliation of the unbelievers by Muqawiyah. He ordered this inscription at that date. Now, there is one inscription that Muqawiyah ordered to be made in Greek that, let's see if I have it saved here. I may not. That Mel likes to go to over and over and over and go, how can you say that these people were against Christianity because there is a cross on this inscription? The entirety of the inscription is in Greek. And the cross is the same size as the Greek letters and looks approximately like a Greek letter. It got snuck in. They don't read Greek. So let's see if I can find it.
Let me take some of these questions while you're bringing that up. A few things I saved throughout that were very general and I thought would be better saved to the end. Suna says, I appreciate your research on the existence of Muhammad. However, I prefer to ask Muslims to provide evidence just to show how little they know about their own prophet. And I think that's fair, right? It's fair to expect them to bring the evidence. Our purpose here isn't to, like, you know, help the Muslims out or something. Our purpose here is to equip Christians to actually be able to have intelligent conversations. Because imagine that you went to a Muslim and you asserted there's no evidence whatsoever for the existence of Muhammad before such and such a day, and then they were actually knowledgeable and they brought evidence. Well, now you're in a really bad position because you're going to either have to, like, try to come up with excuses to deny it, or you're going to have to admit that you were mistaken. I mean, I would definitely suggest you admit you're mistaken in that case and then go to something else. But our purpose here is to equip Christians to have intelligent conversations in the event that Muslims know. Now, again, most Muslims aren't going to know, right? Most Muslims, the first time they hear Jay say something, if they're forced to hear it for some reason, they probably will not like it. They'll have a knee-jerk reaction of denial, and it will create lingering doubt. But if they do something with that and they actually look into it, that doubt is going to be resolved because the things they're saying are not always true, right? Like, he talks about non-history subjects. I'm not talking about those subjects. The things he talks about history often are not true. They're just simply not true. And I don't actually think that Jay knows that. I think that he has heard other people say it and it sounded good to him, so he went with it. But laziness or carelessness or whatever you want to call it is not an excuse to say things that are untrue. All right, so what are we looking at, Mary?
So we are looking at the evidence that they were Christian. Muqawiyah must be Christian.
Okay, I guess I'm supposed to find where there's a cross in here, and so I'm seeing lots of towels for T's that are could be actually interpreted as a cross, I suppose.
Yeah, that very first one is actually a cross. It's not a true towel. But you see how it took you a moment. Think about the people, because look, the other T's, they're all capitals, right? But think about how long it took you. It looks like a letter. It was snuck in there. The Christians were doing stuff like that all the time because the Muslims didn't know any better.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, obviously the king or whoever, ordered this inscription, they didn't write it with their own hand.
Correct.
So the scribe, the person preparing the stone, they, on their own volition, put a cross symbol at the very start of it.
But he didn't kill them or say anything about it or get rid of it because he didn't notice it, because it looks like all the other letters to him. He can't tell the difference.
Yep.
They were sneaky. But yeah, that is something that Mel goes to over and over and over again. They have to be Christian. There's a cross there. Yeah, do you know what? There's also a cross at Khuzistan Church, and a very small area. Whenever they had not been allowed to put up crosses, they snuck in a tiny cross that looks like a letter there too. People are sneaking in crosses in the middle of letters, or in front of them, or in some place where it's kind of ambiguous.
Well, and there's hidden crosses at Hagia Sophia, so therefore the Muslims must truly be Christians, right? Because they didn't manage to eliminate every single cross in the church after they took it over. I mean, it's kind of the same level of argument.
Oh, and Snoopy pointed out, so they read from left to right. Because they read from right to left, they definitely would not have noticed that little, because it's at the end of the line as far as they're concerned, not at the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
So it's even sneakier.
Good point. Good point.
So,
all right, let's see. We got a question here from Una. How do you respond to the statement that the Quran had an authoritative version under Uthman quicker than the Jews or Christians had an authoritative text? Now, first of all, I'm going to say that that's a true claim in an extent. I don't think that's a good thing, though, right? Imagine if Paul had put out an authoritative version of the New Testament. What would Muslims say about that?
yeah, no kidding. And also, the Jews or Christians, how many years did it take to write the Bible, for heaven's sake?
Mm-hmm.
The Quran has only one author. It claims they take other things, but they don't. So
for Christians and Jews as well, the text is its own authority. It doesn't need an outside party stamps of approval. Of course, at some point, there's a council. Well, actually, there's somewhat debate of whether it even took place. But there's, at least in theory, there's a council where the Jewish leaders got together and they officially said this is the canon of the Old Testament, or the Tanakh, as they would call it. And there are, of course, a couple church councils that officially endorse a particular canon of Scripture. But the text already had authority, right?
Yep.
It already was used universally before that little date where someone put a stamp of approval on it. Notice that's probably not true of the Quran, however, right? It's probably not true that there was consensus on what the Quran was before Uthman comes along and says, this is the authoritative Quran for all people in all parts of the world. I don't think it's good that a human authority is telling you early on what your text is. I don't know, just my thought. All right, next up here.
According to the hadith, Muhammad liked Poles too.
oh dear. Oh dear.
Obviously in reference to the poll about polls. Trinity Matrix says, thank you for the support there, Jack Ray. Trinity Matrix says, Muhammad is indeed Thaddeus's best friend tonight. Obviously, laughy face, obviously a joke. But I still want to encourage people not to think in such black and white terms, right? Just because you say something that is a Muslim could use to support some part of their position doesn't mean that you're like endorsing Islam, and vice versa, right? Just because you say something against some portion of Islam doesn't mean that you've like somehow magically condemned the religion as a whole. You actually need to make comprehensive arguments. All right, next up, from the lowest ranking Muslim, my apologies, Mary, for calling you stupid. You were just saying false things about the Quran. So lowest ranking Muslim, right? This was one of their first comments, which is why I saved it. They ended up having to be timeout, but they came back and they're like, "Oh, you're able to handle things in an honest manner today. Therefore, let me apologize. You weren't trying to be dishonest or stupid. You were just accidentally saying some false things." And I think that even though, in a sense, it's weakness to be very nuanced, in the end, it is actually a position of strength to have this kind of nuance and not just be black and white. Muhammad never existed, you stupid morons, following a fake non-existent prophet or whatever. That's why I saved it. Good Empress as well as the main religion of Arabia before Islam.
It was paganism if you're talking about Central Arabia. So
yeah, I was
Dr.
going to say, I'm not
Jacobi is
sure that
gone
there really
now,
was
but he
one
mentioned,
dominant religion.
yeah,
That's
but
what
he
I was gonna
mentioned that he asked about Al-Jalad, and what he said. You have to understand that there are no religious inscriptions whatsoever from the Hijaz before the time of Muhammad. None. They would write very uninstructive things when they were writing at all. There was a very strong writing culture, religious writing culture in the north. There just wasn't in the Hijaz. So there is no documentary evidence of the religion of the Hijaz in that way until Muhammad. The people in the north, you can track their religion, but we have narratives that tell us which groups became Christian approximately when. And yeah, according to these narratives, all the people in the north were Christian at the time that we see the other pagan writings disappearing. All the pagan writings did disappear because they were only ever in the north. There were never any pagan inscriptions in the Hijaz. Well, they're also in South Arabia, but that became Christian. You know, we know when that became Jewish and Christian and all. So that was never up for grabs. But you know, there was no drop in number of pagan inscriptions because they just weren't interested in making religious statements for some reason in that area.
So before we move too far past this, Kagaku said, where is Islam or Allah or Muhammad or Muslim in this, by which he meant the inscription that you showed on.
Oh, it's just a random Muawiyah inscription, I think. Let me see if I can find it again. Dang it. Where'd I put it?
So to be clear, Cargo Crew, we were not appealing to this as evidence. We were mentioned it briefly because Amel likes to appeal to it as evidence that Muawiyah was a Christian because there's a cross in the inscription. I don't know if the inscription probably doesn't mention anything specifically Islamic. It's probably just a political inscription. We weren't suggesting that it was anything other than a regular generic inscription.
It says servant of Allah, Muqawiyah, commander of the faithful. There you go.
Okay, so there you go. It does say Allah.
And that he restored the baths that this is about.
Yeah, so it's a dedication inscription or whatever to the baths, but there you go. It does say servant of Allah, but I guess it's the same Allah that Jews and Christians worship or something.
And the days of servant of Allah, Muqawiyah, the commander of the faithful, the hot baths of the people, there were saved and rebuilt by Abdullah, son of Abu Hashim, maybe, the counselor, on the 5th month of December, the 2nd day of the 6th year of the indiction, on the year 726 of the colony, according to the Arabs, the 42nd year, for the healing of the sick under the care of John, the official Gadara. So it's even under the care of a Christian.
Wait, well, hold on, Mary. This is reading the whole inscription makes it even more ridiculous that this is supposedly evidence of who Muawiyah was, because it wasn't ordered by him. The inscription wasn't ordered by him.
It was ordered by John.
It told you. Yeah, it was told you who it was ordered by.
Yep.
So Muawiyah probably doesn't even know this inscription exists.
Nope. Yeah, it's ordered by John. This dude named John ordered the inscription made. So he probably could read it. And he probably approved of it.
Uh-huh.
There we go. That's hilarious. Oh, and that was 663, by the way, approximately.
Mm-hmm.
So
a question from earlier that I meant to bring up at the time, but from Dr. Kufarphobia, when was Al-Aqsa built? So he asked the question when you were talking about it, but
yeah, almost immediately. It was built in like right after Jerusalem was taken. Al-Aqsa was built. It took Dome of the Rock was built much later. People keep confusing the two. They're not the same building. Even today, not the same building.
So like 640-ish?
630. 7 or 8, 638.
So yes, 640-ish.
Yeah.
you
Sorry.
correct. You make it in that same ballpark. I didn't mean that exact year.
Yep.
Super chat from Misha SWB.
How dare some say I am not real? Even the hotel knows it. Ezra himself knows I am real too. The Son of God. Too many mochas. Sometimes. Imposters.
Too many Mo's. There's definitely too many Muhammads. I mean, if Muhammad got confused because there's like, I don't know, 6 different Marys in the Bible, imagine how confused he would get with all the Muhammads running around today.
Yeah. No kidding.
So Mr. Toronto, Rob says, I hope Jay Smith has a response video to this or maybe comes on the show. I hope so too. I hope that he actually engages in honest dialogue. He can be as critical of us as he wants, but he needs to bring evidence against us and not to say to be clear, I don't actually expect him to do a video, but if he does one, I expect him to actually bring counter evidence and actually analyze the claims made, not just say something like, these people don't have any idea what they're doing. They're just pre-assuming the sin and putting that in and filling everything in regards to what their assumption, because that's the kind of language he'll often use, right? Which is just nonsense. We're definitely not doing that. So I hope there's a real response from Jay. I'm looking forward to the debate between him and Raymond Ibrahim. We're definitely going to try to get a debate between him and Mary on this subject as well. From Innes here, no, but did he exist or not? Yes, Muhammad existed. To the extent that anything of history is a verifiable fact, it is a verifiable fact that Muhammad existed. We can have a level of debate on how much development there is, how much his story has changed, how well we can reconstruct his original story, but there is no question that he existed as a historical figure. Just like in scholarship, there is no question that Jesus existed as a historical figure, but people can debate how much of the Gospels accurately portrays Jesus. We can have a debate of how well the Sirah and such accurately portray Muhammad, but not on his existence. That's not a credible art, not a credible point of contention within the field of history. Anything you want to add, Mary?
Nope. I think that this is fairly well picked. If you could please add chapter breaks, at least for the important ones, because chances that Mel
I will try to do that.
Low.
That's a good idea, since that way someone can just jump to the source that they might have questions on. It'd be a good resource for you guys to use as a reference when someone brings up source X or says source X is not credible or whatever. You can just jump directly to that section.
Yep. And keep in mind that there are actually additional sources that I didn't bring up after about 660s, 670s. By 680s, I'm like, we're getting a little bit more distant. I don't really need to bring all of these up unless people really care about them.
No, I mean, so I mean, the additional sources, right? From a historical perspective, 8th century is plenty early enough.
Yeah.
But what do we don't need, we've fully established the point, right?
Yes.
If there was only 5 sources from the 8th century, that would be sufficient. But we went through 20 sources from the 7th century. So
plus a bunch,
in the first decade of the 8th.
Yeah. So plus a bunch I didn't even put on those because.
Yep. Because they're very minor and whatnot.
Yeah, they're minor and
again.
Yeah.
If people have questions, or if Jay does a response, or Mel does a response, or whatever, we'll be happy to go into more details or look at more sources or put more evidence. But I think the evidence provided is extremely sufficient for the purpose. And I'm sure that Al-Fadi probably has said that the 7th century is quite about Muhammad.
Because he's just quoting J. Smith.
He's just quoting Jay, right? He's just quoting Jay. That's the impression he's got from J. Smith. I do not attribute any malice whatsoever to Al-Fadi, and I don't really even attribute malice to Jay. In case of Al-Fadi, I just say that he believes what Jay is saying. In the case of Jay, I would say that he probably believes that what he's saying.
Someone believes this. Jay believes that someone believes what he says.
Yeah, that someone believes it,
enough.
and that's good enough reason to bring it to the forefront. Right.
But,
I think that his main objective is to get these ideas out there, but he says them with such confidence that you can't help but think he's speaking in his own voice, right? And will say things that are absolutely ridiculous, like, for example, that the 7th century is completely quiet about Muhammad, which just aren't true. I mean, they're just not true. So I don't know.
Yep. So one last time, this is what upset Mel so much, because Mel doesn't think systematically. He goes into each source. I'm going to debunk this source. It doesn't say this, and I want it to say that, and I can throw it out. But when you see it like this, it bites your backside. I don't really mind what Al-Fadi is doing his thesis on.
Well, okay, first of all, he can't be doing his thesis on everything here because a thesis is a very specific subject. I don't know what his exact thesis is. Maybe he doesn't even know what his exact thesis is. But you can't just say on this, guys, because this is way too broad for a thesis. What we did today is a summary of existing information. A thesis, by definition, it has to create new knowledge on a very specific subject. So I don't know what specific thing he's going to do his thesis on or is already doing his thesis on, but it's not this. It's not Islam's history is false, that Muhammad isn't mentioned in the 7th century or anything along those lines, because that's one, way too broad, and two, a summarization of existing information, which is not what a thesis is. He's from Saudi, but that's a completely irrelevant fact.
I don't care. He sits there,
whether he's from Saudi Arabia or not.
He nods and smiles whenever J. Smith says that the language of the Quran must be in Nabatean Aramaic, because he doesn't know what the languages are. He knows he speaks Arabic. He doesn't know
or maybe. I mean, I don't want to attribute. I don't want to speculate on exactly what's going on. But I've never seen him push back on any subject ever. So part of it might be like his personal culture, that he doesn't want to, look like he's opposing his guest or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Any case, one more super chat or technically gifted membership from Jack Ray.
They give a loan to Allah. What is the reward? The reward in this life is that the money will come back double. You give 100, 200 will come back. Sooner or later. Believe me. All money that is given for the sake of Allah, it comes back. And I'm sure that all of you have experience.
Thank you very much, Jack Ray, for all of your support. We will try to have a Reason Answers members only stream probably on Sunday. Looks like on Saturday, there's a good chance I'll be speaking with Mr. Squiggles, as I was calling him. The translation of his name is Dul Furqad. I don't know what that means exactly.
Fiqar. Fiqar.
Well,
but I don't know
whatever.
Either.
But no, I mean, it's not a term that can be translated, or it would just be translated.
Owner
right?
of the whatever the Fiqar is, but it might be something very dirty, so I have no idea.
Yeah. I mean, probably
it could be anything.
Probably like a regional place 2 straight days, but I also don't want to miss the opportunity to have a discussion with him, so we'll probably do that on Saturday as per his request. Tomorrow, good chance, do a Bible study on Reasoned Worship channel. Next week, Mary and I will continue our look at the Islamic dilemma debate between Daniel Hikachu and David Wood. Definitely we'll have more material on historical Muhammad related stuff coming up. Definitely more material on Muhammad Hijab sex scandal. I'll have a scripted video about the second debate. I don't know if we'll actually ever look at anything in the debate because it was just a complete clown show. But I'll at least have a scripted video calling out Daniel's attitudes in that, or his behavior. Lots of stuff coming up. I have a couple of scripts I've written that I haven't recorded and probably won't record for a while because they're not time sensitive. So your support is appreciated. Your prayers are appreciated. Until we meet again, let's close out with Pastor Jake.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me.